The cold snap could see temperatures drop to -4 Celsius this weekend. And you multiply by 9 and divide by 5 and add 32 to get European surrender temperatures to change to Her Majesty's British Fahrenheit. So 4 times 9 is, you ignore the minus, and 4 nines are 94, and you divide 94 by 5 is 25, and 25 plus 32 is 68. Wow. It's going to be 68 degrees Fahrenheit this weekend. Can you believe that?
No.
The Met Office issued an ice warning this morning, covering Western Scotland and Northern Ireland, which has said cold and showery conditions brought by northwesterly winds will lead to icy patches. And if you did not hear that this morning, then you've either come through unscathed or you're listening in hospital with your leg in a plaster.
Stop whining.
Earlier in this week, it was very mild, almost spring-like. That was in the south anyway, but the Met Office meteorologist spokesmodel Claire said that the UK will be bathed in colder, cleaner air from this moment on. There could be a transient spell of sleet and snow. Snow?
Oh, no.
She said wintry over higher ground, some snow at lower levels across the along the coast. A mix of rain and hail with the risk of thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. This evening, mostly dry. Showers will continue in the north and the west, particularly in the northwest, I bet. Not just in the north and the west, but in the northwest specifically. Checking while you wait. Aha! This is Glasgow. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and what? Not raining on Friday? Rubbish. And then raining next Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday. Basically, it's raining every single day.
Affirmative.
For the rest of your life. I must get back my ding. I mean, I've got this, but that's not the same. I mean, that does indicate a certain degree of correctness, but not the same as my ding. I'll have to get that back. I bet my glamorous assistant is working on it as I speak.
Or hard at work.
Hard at work, doing something else. Trying to tune in classic FM. I know it's relaxing, but we're trying to do a job here. Mostly dry this evening. Showers will continue in the north and the west, particularly in the northwest, which I've just checked for you. Completely correct in every respect. Tomorrow, milder air slowly wafts across more northern areas with... That's what she said. That's what she said. A actual real-life meteorologist used the word waft. Can you believe that?
No.
Tomorrow, milder air slowly wafts across more northern areas with more... The only time I can remember using the word waft correctly is if who smelt it dealt it. Tomorrow, mildly air slowly wafts across more northern areas with more... and you don't... now it sounds awful, doesn't it?
Disgusting.
Now I've described it in those terms. Silent but deadly. Have you heard? Tomorrow, milder air slowly wafts across more northern areas with more cloud and outbreaks of rain wafting down towards the south on Sunday. It's all about wafting this weekend. Wafting is good. And if you say wafting 10 times, it's one of those words that loses its meaning and just sounds weird. Try it. But not now. Later. Tomorrow there'll be some early bright or sunny spells across the southern and central England, but showers in the north of England, the Wales and the Midlands, wherever that is. Rain may be wintry again across the Scotland land. All over you it will be. Sunday will be dull, like every Sunday I can remember in the 1970s. A damp day with cloudy skies and outbreaks of rain and wintry. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast for the next month?
No.
OK, this is up to the 17th of February. In the south, cloudy with some rain. In the north, colder, clearer, some wintry showers. Windy throughout with gales in the north and lighter winds in the south. I bet there'll be wafting.
Oh, right, yeah.
Then, unsettled for much of the UK with heavy rain, stronger winds and a whisk of wintry precipitation in the north. It's a whisk. The south, drier but still cloudy, milder for many. That's up until the 17th of February. Now, the following 2 weeks take us to the 5th of March. Now, you think that you get to the 5th of March and you haven't really suffered under, a winter's cold, dead hand, then we're pretty much free. And it's spring all the way. Well, let's see, shall we? From the 19th, Saturday, 19th of February, a threat of further storms across the north, interspersed with colder interludes. Temperatures near average in the north with rain and strong winds and brief colder spells. The south is expected to be milder and drier with more settled conditions overall. Milder and drier with more settled conditions overall? We'll take it. 0345 6060 973. Here is a suspiciously keen caller in Hull. Charles.
Oh, hi, Nick. Good to be on your show once more.
Is it?
It's regarding the Prime Minister's comments this week.
Which ones?
Savile was mentioned. He even tried to say that the Majesty's opposition bench were all on drugs.
I must have missed that. What was that?
He just suddenly I think he really did lose the plot. He just suddenly said the drugs are being taken by the opposition side. And he was pointing towards
because the opposition. If that's the case, then they found them lying around in his suite of offices.
This Prime Minister, he's floundering in a bottomless pit of manure.
Well, that's a beautiful picture that you paint there. Awful. A bottomless pit of manure. Now, if it was a pit of manure that actually had a bottom, that would be bad enough, depending on how far you've sunk into it. I mean, if it's up to your eyeballs, then that's pretty bad. But if it's a bottomless pit... Ew.
That's a lot of wafting, vigorous wafting needed.
Yeah, no joke, yeah.
And I mean, let's face it. I mean, he's a walking... He's disaster personified.
Yeah. Well, we knew what we were voting for, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. It's our fault. Specifically, Charles, I bet
and on.
Yeah, much like yourself. I know exactly what you mean, Charles. I'm experiencing that right now, as a matter of fact. On and on and on. What?
Yeah. David Davis said that he's going to suffer the death of 1,000 cuts. Do you remember him Carry On Up the Khyber?
No. And that's probably illegal to even bring that up in conversation. Can't do that. Mustafa what now? Thanks, Charles. 0345 6060 973. I bet my glamorous assistant has got no idea what I'm talking about. Way before your time, right?
Yes.
Yes, see? I can't smear him with this material. Mustafa what now? Jack emails, on your podcast with Carol McGiffin, you mentioned Wordle and the premise of how it works. If you get the Wordle in the right order, do you get extra points? I don't know. Let's ask an expert.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, I know. I just said that. Is he crazy or is it just the way he acts?
Is he crazy or is that just the way he acts?
Tim emails, I'm a Boris fan. Oh, come off it, Tim. He's not a singer. A fan. But I admit he now needs to go, says Tim, who's just woken up from his Kool-Aid dream. It's... oh, okay, I should have read ahead. Then I could have just deleted the entire thing without bothering you with it. You want to know what the rest of it is? Okay, from the top. Get ready. Grip onto something firm. You're not going to like it. Tim emails, I am a Boris fan, but I admit he now needs to go. It's time for Jacob Rees-Mogg to come in.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
That guy. That 6-foot pile of tics and affectations. That guy. Please. Are you joking?
I don't know anything.
One more time.
I don't know anything.
One more for just giggles.
I don't know anything.
Painful. Yeah, I mean, this is what we need to be really concerned about. I mean, if we do actually achieve the momentous, I can't think of another word, but achievement. If we achieve the momentous achievement, hey, I got my ding back, and actually heave him ho. Who's going to replace him? I mean, there's a couple of people that I think there might be... well, there's one particular person that I'm thinking of right now. I mean, can you imagine? Painful. I mean, all of the people that surround him, I mean, you would have to hope, not assume. Do not assume the best when it comes to the regime. But you would have to hope that the Conservative Party, or what's left of the fabric, if there is indeed any left of what used to be the Conservative Party, if they actually pull in somebody from outside the regime, then that would be better than just appointing somebody from within. This is the reason that none of those cabinet people, the people in the cabinet, this is the reason that they all want to desperately cling on to his imperial bodginess, is because they know in their hearts that nobody else would give them a job. Doing anything. The ministerial car would be gone in a puff of smoke if anybody else was in number 10. None of them would get the job that they have become accustomed to. That's why they don't want him to go, because they're frightened of what might happen next. Every single one of them is going to get a letter. It'll be just 2 words.
Bye-bye.
Boris Johnson, as the last person that wants to work with him, leaves, waving him a cheery bye-bye. Is there anybody left? John says Boris Johnson isn't going to change. He can make all the promises he wants. He'll be exactly the same. Yeah, of course. Well, we knew who he was when we elected him to the top spot. Don't pretend otherwise. He was the funny bloke off the telly. And we knew everything we needed to know about him, but we went ahead and voted for him anyway. And by we, I mean, just enough people to actually get the job done. He wasn't a stranger to us. We've been seeing him for decades. He's been around forever. And you got ministers going on TV now saying, oh, well, this is just Boris being Boris. We knew it was all baked in and blah, blah, blah. As though that would work in any other field of life. Oh, yes, the boss of this company is an absolute catastrophe, has driven this firm into a ditch. But we knew what we were getting when we appointed him, so we're stuck with him forever. Nigel tweets, thank goodness you're back. We've been in a really dark place all week. We can't afford to put the lights on. Oh, listeners with material.
Oh, no.
0345 6060 973. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, hello, mate.
Want to score some pot?
Yes.
I hope you're going to help us and save us from all this. What's going on,
right.
Nick?
That's what I'll do.
It's like, what is actually going on with this government?
I have no idea. I don't think anybody has it anymore.
You got an energy crisis that's been coming down the tracks for months.
Decades.
For
decades.
They've announced what's happening yesterday about the price cap. That's going to absolutely crucify people.
Well, not literally.
Well, it's going to hit a lot of people very badly, I think. And like Dean Dunham has said in the previous programme, is the support package is nowhere near up to the job of helping people.
Well, he takes... the fishy Sunak takes with one hand as he gives a small amount of what he's taken back with the other. But he wants you to concentrate on the small amount that he's giving back.
Yeah, and I think they're saying it's going to be in October. Well, I mean, that's 6 months down the line.
What's going to be in October?
Well,
that's when the money's going to come in, honey.
Rebate or whatever the loans they're giving out to people.
Yeah, it's not a rebate. It's a small amount of your money that you're going to have to pay back anyway.
But it's just complete chaos. It's just you got these crises that are hitting people, and you've got the problems with the government and Boris Johnson completely overshadowing it. It's crazy.
Right. Well, there's nothing we can do, John. We're stuck with it.
Yeah. Well, I hope you can help and save us.
No, don't accept that there is nothing you can do and we're going to have to stick with it. Do not ever think that. I mean, people in America, before they chucked you-know-who out on his ear...
Oh, shut up!
They thought, well, there's nothing we can do because he's going to fix the next election, and these morons with the guns, the dingalings, they've just taken over, so there's nothing we can do. Well, there is something you can do, and they managed to defenestrate him. They managed to find a window big enough to squeeze Donny out of. If you can believe that.
Well, they need to renationalise the energy companies, I think.
Well, what kind of a stupid moron would sell our energy companies? The same kind of stupid moron that would sell our water. I'll say it again, if they could have sold our air for a cheap profit, a quick, cheap profit, then they'd have done it already. Thanks a lot, John. Best of luck, mate. You're going to need it. I think if Priti Patel gets her way, pretty much everybody in Brighton, specifically, is going to be in jail. Llama tweets. Llama? OK, then. Says, have you, like me, spent the week furiously refreshing Twitter to see A, who has resigned, B, who has debased themselves for the bodge, and C, whether Nadine Dorris is still capable of standing up? Still capable of standing up.
Booze.
It did look like she was standing on a Bosu ball when she was being interviewed. Really bizarre. She looked like a weeble. You remember weebles wobble, but they don't fall down? 0345 6060 973. Rotherham. Hello, Carl.
Okay. Oh, hi, good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, a couple of things.
Couple of three things.
I don't normally listen to you on a night time, because I'm normally in bed.
Me either.
However, I've listened to you tonight, and my dismay is that you're...
enormous. Approximately how big is your dismay? In inches?
In inches?
Yes.
Oh, no, you couldn't quantify
Couldn't quantify it in inches. It's not big enough a measurement, no. So let's say in the measurements of the size of Wales, approximately how many Wales are we talking about?
Well, Wales is a service in
it's
itself,
a very big place, yeah. It's got sheep and mountains and it's got scenery up to your eyeballs.
Comments on Jacob Rees-Mogg. I have found Jacob Rees-Mogg to be a fine politician.
In what way? In what way?
In the past couple of years I've been following him, in his conduct, to be honest.
His conduct? What do you mean by that?
I think Jacob Rees-Mogg can speak to the majority of the public.
In what way? You keep saying these vague things about him, but you don't back any of them up. What is it about him as a politician that you like? What has he done politically that appeals to you so?
I think you could ask that of any politician, what have they done?
No, you are defending him. You specifically called me to defend him, so go on.
I did, because Jacob Rees-Mogg, I've seen him in universities, being questioned by, the liberal, the far right, far left.
Mm-hmm.
And
what did he say? What did he say that impressed you so?
He knows how to speak to all ilks of people.
Ilks?
And he can get them on side. He knows how to communicate with them.
Well, he certainly cannot get them on side. He cannot get all people on side. A vanishingly few number of people, Carl, who have been trained well enough to doff their caps every time they hear somebody with a supercilious posh accent.
I don't think it's supercilious at all. I think it's his
my God,
character.
Look up supercilious in the dictionary and there's a picture of him there.
Right, so somebody said, I know, I'll create supercilious to mean Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that's who the man is.
That is who the man is. He is the very definition of superciliousness.
He's not.
His superior, condescending attitude.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
And using a sort of etoliated politeness as a weapon. That and their blooming religion. As though anything that he says or does would be in Jesus' good books.
I'm a scientist. I will agree with you on religion.
You're a scientist?
Absolutely, sir, yes.
Well, what's that got to do with it? What's your...
therefore, his views on religion disagree with my views on religion.
What's your field of science?
Physics. Theoretical physics.
You're a theoretical physicist?
I am, sir.
Okay. Where do you practice your theoretical
I'm sorry
physics?
That's amusing to
Well,
you,
it
but
is.
I
don't believe I've ever spoken to anybody who actually makes money as a theoretical physicist. Where do you work?
I'm actually a teacher of theoretical physics.
You're a teacher of theoretical physics.
I am.
Right. Okay. Well, you're not explaining yourself very well as a teacher, but I guess if it's theoretical physics you're imparting to your students, then I suppose you don't really have to be very logical, because it's all about, I don't really know what it is. It's just stories you're making up. Theoretical physics. Not actual physics, like fairy stories, you mean. It's like, what is the universe? And like, if it's so big, like, what's it in? Stuff like that.
I don't think it is, but my point was...
You don't think it is?
I think you berated Jacob Rees-Mogg a bit too harshly.
I was just under the requisite level of harshness, as far as Jacob Rees-Mogg is concerned. You know, his fans just blow me away, and every single one of them tries to define what it is that they like about him, and I can tell you what they like about him. It's because it feeds into their yearning urge to genuflect before those what talk posh. It's ingrained so deeply in us, we just can't help ourselves. Some daft aristo who has never had to lift a finger in their lives, has been given their entire life on a plate, will just whinny on in that ninnying fashion of theirs, and people just go... and we'll assume that everything they say is as though delivered by God. I'll ask you one more time, Carl. What is it about Mogg as a politician, rather than his affected manner, that speaks to you so?
I agree with some of these principles.
Like
I
what?
agree with conservatism and...
Like what? Name one.
I can't just name one.
You can't?
You know?
OK, well then that's pointless. Why did you call? You called to defend a man you don't know anything about, other than he talks posh. Excruciating, Carl. And that's not a theory. Randy texts, Nick, I asked a gardener today what was best to feed the roses. He said nitrogen. Is that all I asked? Well, he said, it's an element. Well, he said, it's an element. That's just awful, Randy. I was hoping for better after that last excruciating call. I'll try one more. Shall I try one more? Edward texts, earlier on, Eddie Mayer asked, what does Boris Johnson need to change? Going by Bodger's history, I suggest the only thing he is likely OK, this is better. It is another person with material, but, you know, on this occasion, and only this occasion, will I let this one go. From the top. Edward texts, earlier on, Eddie Mayer asked, what does Boris Johnson need to change? Going by Bodger's history, I suggest the only thing he's likely to change is his wife. There was a survey done. Survey says, everybody hates the Conservative Party. It only took 11 years. 11 years. Actually, it took 2 short years. The previous incarnation of the Conservative Party, people didn't seem to be that bothered about. But this, 2 short years to turn hundreds of years up on its head. Which party do you trust the most to do the following? It was 2,000 people who expressed a preference on the 31st of January, a couple of days ago. Every single one of these is won by the Labour Party. All of them. Every single one. Which political party do you trust most to do the following? Support the NHS? Labour gets double the number of people that said the Conservatives. Tackle poverty? Over double for Labour. Manage housing? Double. Double the number of people who thought that the Labour Party would be better at managing housing than the Conservative Party. Double. 39% for Labour. Support the educational system? 38 to 22 for Labour. Manage the economy? 34 to 29. OK, it's narrowed a bit, but that's usually the one where people think, oh, well, yeah, money. We love money, honey. And the Conservatives seem to, bizarrely, have a reputation for being good with the nation's finances. I think they've managed to inculcate that belief in the general population through hypnosis. Tackle crime. There's another one. It's supposed to be the party of law and order, even though law and order is utterly, completely and totally broken down under their watch. It might be because we have, 20,000 fewer police persons and 30,000 fewer police support staff, and half of the police stations got closed, and half of the magistrates' courts got sold off, and legal aid has become impossibly hard to get. But apart from that, they're the party of law and order. Even that message has got through. How about this? Pretty much the only thing that they can say that they've scored a success with over the last 2 years, under the munificent leadership of the dear Bodge, is the vaccine rollout. They keep going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about the vaccine rollout, as though that covers up for all of their various crimes and misdemeanours. The only reason that the vaccine rollout was as successful as it was is because it's the only thing that they got out of the way of and let the actual professionals do. But even on that measure, which party do you trust to respond to the coronavirus? Even on that, Labour wins now. It's all going terribly wrong. Bodge. I wonder whose fault that is. Handle immigration. I can't believe it. More people think that the Labour Party would be better at handling immigration than the Tories. Manage foreign affairs. 31% say Labour, 28% say the Conservatives. And that's as close as they get on this measure. All of these questions. To protect the environment, Labour on 25, the Conservatives on 17. But the one party that does win that by a landslide are the Greenies. Groovy. 30%. 30% say that the Greenies would be better at protecting the environment than any other party. But as that is pretty much the only thing that anybody knows about the Greenies, that's not too surprising. So I am stunned. Every single measure. I can't believe it. And if you had asked people maybe a month ago, 2 months before all this, having a party, before all that came out, I bet every single one of those would have been reversed. Oh, he's doing his best. Leave him alone. Would have been the refrain of the day. Tom tweets, now that the Winter Olympics have started, I expect we'll all see a lot of snowflakes around. I can't wait till Snowboard Cross. That's the bit where 5 people all fall down a mountain at the same time with their feet strapped to a tea tray while fighting. It's great. It really is. I mean, it can be the most exciting thing you've ever seen. It's like a fairground ride that other people are on, and only some people will survive. Place your bets. Bet nah. Paul tweets, only a few weeks ago, Mr. Johnson was telling us we're all becoming a high-wage economy. Today we're being told not to ask for wage rises. Yeah, by a guy who earns £500,000 a year.
What?
Plus the pension, I bet. Plus the free house, I bet. Plus the gym membership and the medical insurance and the on and on and on. I bet somebody goes around paid for by us to plump his cushions. Paul says, only a few weeks ago, Mr. Johnson was telling us all that we've become a high-wage economy. Today we're being told not to ask for wage rises. Those two things aren't compatible, which leaves me thinking it was just more gaslighting from Bodger. Gaslighting, Bodge. Explain yourself. Yes. Go on. Cytex, do you have any tips to fend off the waft? Should I wear my anti-waft regalia? Must try harder. Sigh. Colchester, hello, Rob.
Oh, hello.
Rob.
I didn't expect you. Hi.
Shall I put you on hold?
No. The point I want to make, Nick, is, we're all very frustrated with what's going on. To your average person like me out there, the only way I can protest and do it legitimately and politely is to write to my local Conservative MP, which I do periodically. And
do you?
And yeah, I do. And I'm just so frustrated. I agree with everything that you've just said, by the way. And what do we do? What can we do in this situation where we have a Prime Minister who's devalued, debased his position? And I feel so frustrated that I can't do anything, but the only thing I can do is email my anger and my protestations to my local Conservative MP.
Yeah, I very much doubt that your Conservative local MP, whoever that might be, is actually going to read your emails. He'll probably have a person do it for him.
Well, no, I've got reply and my...
Yeah, but it isn't necessarily from his or her hand.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know that for sure. But I think the more people do that, because am I to believe that it's kind of fed forward to somebody somewhere in a department? Do our emails mean anything?
Yeah, I'm sure they print them out on a piece of paper and then feed them through a shredder.
No, I was promised my email was forwarded to...
Oh, sure. Yeah, yours and the 10,000 others of complaint that they got that day.
Oh, well, that's not good. That's another lie then, isn't it?
Well, I don't know that that's the case, but I would very much doubt that the MP was forwarded, or actually reads his or her emails as they come up. They'll have somebody else check them for him or her.
Okay.
And then they will probably reply personally if you are slathering them with praise, like creosoting them with approval. Otherwise, probably not.
Well, I'm sending them anyway, and hopefully that they'll make a difference, but I doubt it.
Well, it'll probably make a difference to your life. If Priti Patel gets her way, she'll come around and correct you personally. All right, thanks a lot, Rob. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, better get your protesting in at the moment, like right now, immediately, because pretty soon you won't be allowed to. Yeah, but nothing to be alarmed about. It's just a coup, that's all. Marion texts, am I the only person who is finding the use of the word egregious by so many people on TV and radio over and over again really annoying? I'll be brave enough to phone you one day, says Marion. Egregious? I can't say that I've actually heard it. Egregious? Who's using egregious and in what context? Are they talking about you, Bodge? Yes. But the thing that really gets my goat, and I've got no idea where that phrase comes from, it gets my goat, is when they say, the Prime Minister or this or that has been very clear about this. And then they say something that's not true. The Prime Minister has been very clear that the sun rises in the west. He's been very clear about that. As though that makes it true. I bet my glamorous assistant is just checking whether the sun does in fact rise in the west. I believe it does. And even if it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Liz texts, I'm currently listening to The Whole Show podcast from Saturday the 29th of January because I need to save on my fuel and bills in order to eat. And obviously with the news and the ads stripped out, it's cheaper to listen to. That's correct. We do a podcast of this show on Friday and Saturday nights. We take the news and the ads out, which, as Liz quite correctly states, means that it takes less time to listen to. You'll use less electricity, and you won't have to sell a kidney to pay your fuel bill.
Correct.
She says, I just wanted to refer you back to those worm things with... Oh, really? It wasn't bad enough that we had to go through that at the time. Now you're bringing it up again. Thanks a lot, Liz. She says, I just wanted to refer you back to those worm things with aqueous anuses.
Disgusting.
It's a thing I can never unsee, but when you asked your assistant to remove the image from your screen, you said thank you in a voice which sort of broke a little, and I think you sounded like Thatcher. I think that's pronounced Thatcher, or at least it is to anybody who went to university in the late 70s, 80s. I deny it. It was not me. But thanks a lot, Liz, for that whole, aqueous anuses thing. Christian.
Hello, Nick. How you doing, mate?
Good, thanks. You are at the very edge of the country. Don't make any sudden moves. You might fall off the end.
Not far wrong.
So, what's up, Christian?
Oh, yeah. Well, I find out about. I've been on hold for a little while, but there's more. When you're chatting to that fellow about Jacob Rees-Mogg, that's why I phoned in. But like I say, some of this has changed a little bit since then, I guess. But just, I'm with you, mate. I just do not understand how certain people can engage with that fella. It's beyond me.
It's like Pavlov's dogs. We have been trained through generations to genuflect before those what talk posh, and I think that's the end of it.
Well, you say we, Nick. You haven't, and I haven't.
Well, no, I think all of us. It's ingrained. It's just with some people, you fight against it.
Yeah, that's fair play. But then, why do you not, and I not, and other people do?
But you know what? I bet if in the right circumstance we would. I bet if we were in, like a place of, I can't really think of where it might be, but in peril or in, a place where we weren't familiar or comfortable. If somebody, gave it all of that, we would probably accord them more attention than we would if somebody was like talking like that.
Potentially, mate. I don't think that's the case for you. I don't think that's the case for me. That's
Well, we are unique and special people, Christian. Hold on to that thought at all costs. All right. Well, thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. We have to get over that sort of bowing, sort of instinctual kneeling before those that are who present themselves as superior, because they do. I mean, we must look like ants to them, and they've been brought up that way their entire life by their families and the school they went to. Ugh, that school they went to. No! Just ingrains it in them. You are superior. You are born to lead. How's that working out for us, by the way?
Dreadful.
Haley texts, I watched Don't Look Up. Seriously, was that a documentary? We are a stupid species, says Haley. I say bring on the comet. Perhaps the Great Reset is what's needed. Cheers, my dear, says Haley. Yeah, I thoroughly recommend that you watch Don't Look Up. It's very, very good. It's the same idea as Idiocracy, but it's a smarter film with bigger stars, and they've spent more money on it. But watch both of them. You could take them as a comedy about the future or a documentary about the present. James texts, did you see the video that went viral last week of an old interview with the Bodge wherein he talks about his newfangled tactic for bombarding the media with so many gaffes that they can't keep up? What an oozing slug of a person he is. Wow. What an oozing slug of a person he is, says James. Well, you may think that, James. I couldn't possibly comment. But yes, and I did see it. And it's not the first time I've seen it either. And neither do you really need to see that video to tell what the plan is here. The plan is to go full Trump.
Oh, shut up!
I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it until they stop doing it. Every single thing that this government does, that Bodge in particular does, is what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would pepper you with so many lies that you're trying to refute the first one, and you're busy looking up some statistic in order to fire back at him. But over your head, he's been peppering you with another 20. So you can never keep up. And they just keep coming out with it over and over and over again. I mean, it's and they all say the same thing. So the email has gone around, and every hapless minister that is still affecting to defend his imperial bodginess, they'll go out and say the same thing. We have the fastest growing economy. We've got more people in work than ever. Our trade deals are benefiting the country more than you could possibly imagine. Even the national insurance rise they're lying about. They say it's going to increase by 1.25%. Well, it's a pretty cute way of putting it. Doesn't sound very much, does it? Oh, it's only going to increase by 1.25%. Big deal. But it's not increasing by 1.25%. It's an increase of 1.25%. If it was only increasing by 1.25%, then no big deal. We could all relax. But it isn't. It's an increase of 1.25%. So it was 12%, it's going to be 13.25%, which is not an increase of 1.25%, it's an increase of 10%. So they're lying about that. Economic inequality, they say it's falling, that's a lie. Crime falling, that's a lie too. And then they just keep coming out with the same things. Oh, well, we're going to build 40 new hospitals. And the interviewer will say, well, you don't mean 40 new hospitals, do you? And the answer will be, we're building 40 new hospitals. They have, I think the only requirement to be in the cabinet is to have no shame. I don't know where they pull it out from. Maybe it's from their back teeth. Maybe they go to the dentist to get it removed under general anaesthetic. Their shame. As long as you can have, you can approach the day's business with zero shame, then you're fine. You're home free. You can say anything at all with a straight face, and regardless of what information comes back at you to refute what it is you just said, all you need to do is just repeat it. And their cult fans do a little happy clappy dance, and the time is up on their interview because they only get a certain amount, and they can just waft off to another appointment. God, it's excruciating. When is this pain ever going to end? Still, it gives you a lot to talk about, though, eh? So it's not got boring yet. There's a story in the Mirror tomorrow. I'll get to that in a minute. Front page. Another one. Angela emails, meanwhile, Nick, you made me laugh a lot because you're so right about every Sunday in the 1970s being dull. Hands up anybody that remembers a Sunday in the 1970s? Remember what it was like?
Boring!
Oh, so boring. I mean, you just watch the clock tick slowly by, desperate for it to be Monday so you could go to school again. 2 television stations, kids.
What?
2. No internet. No mobile phones. We had books. You remember books, don't you?
No.
And that was it. Comics. And crayons, which tasted awful. Angela says, the days in the Sundays in the 1970s, days when there was only one shop open, and it wasn't rare to go to said shop and buy just one slice of bacon. Do you remember? Says Angela. One slice. Wow, what did they do with the rest of the pig? They just threw it away. Just checking my numbers. Do you have to actually buy a ticket to win the Euro Millions? Or can they just take it on faith that you knew what numbers you were going to buy? Tom takes, just wondering if there's any politician you thought were good. Please let me know. I certainly will do that, Tom. Just as soon as an idea occurs to me. You'll be the first to know. Narberth. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Nate. How you doing? You're quite on form tonight, I tell you.
Whoa, what was that noise?
Oh, that's my hound. Shut up, dog. Do you know, when I watch the news or some current affairs program about the political life and what's happening, I honestly feel like I'm watching a damn comedy.
Yes. An unfunny comedy.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I think I have about the same opinion as you do about Boris.
Yeah.
I will be grateful to him for one thing.
Leaving.
He is going to be the man who is responsible for breaking up the United Kingdom.
Oh.
Yeah. Scotland are going, and once the stupid Welsh people wake up, we'll go too. I've heard Mark Drakeford saying that we've returned a majority of Labour MPs for over half a century, but we still have to tolerate Whitehall. And the whole thing has become a cruel farce. And the philosophy of those who think that the running of things must be left to the rich and the powerful is about to crumble.
Well, it's about blooming time, but I sort of doubt it, because some other Etonian posho is going to come along, and they'll, with clipped vowels and a decent vocabulary, and will fall under their sway.
Well, it depends who is going to debate against them. Whether it's a Cockney accent or a Geordie accent or a Scouse accent or a Welsh accent, who'll put them in their place.
Yeah, the problem with that is, though, that, and there's no real justification for it, but without thinking about it, you instinctively feel that somebody with a strong accent is not as intelligent as somebody who talks like that. There's just nothing you can do about it. Even though you know that's not necessarily true, that's your instinctual reaction.
But the people can be educated slowly, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with our education system. But
I don't know what's wrong with your hound. It seems to be barking its face off. Did you actually call it? Did you actually tell it to shut up, dog? Is that what? Hang on a minute. Is that what you call your dog? Dog? Is that his name?
Yeah.
That lacks imagination, Jimmy.
He's what?
Couldn't you think of another name for your dog other than dog?
Oh, he's called Ziggy.
Oh, right.
Ziggy's
Does he play guitar?
Staffy with a bit of something else in them.
Oh. Well,
like the human race.
A little bit too much information there, but Ziggy.
The more you mix the breed, any old farmer will tell you if his cow down calving, we need to change the bull. And, the British aristocracy, there's been a lot of inbreeding there. And it needs to be sorted out, mate.
OK, leave it with me. A little less bull. All right, thanks a lot, Jimmy. 0345 6060 973. There's his dog Ziggy with Weird and Gilly. And the spiders from Mars.
Rock and roll!
Angela texts, the Met commander said they received 300 photographs about a ream and a half of paper. How much is a ream? It sounds like a lot. I'm not even sure I can say that. Can you say ream on the radio?
Ream?
Yes. Kevin emails, maybe all the Boris fans should work together to waft him out of it. And Jenny says, how's your tooth? Ugh. Well, I had root canal treatment again.
What?
Again, twice now. And it hurts more the second time than it did the first time. I'm in great pain, but you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
So I'm going to have to get it out now, and I've got 2 weeks to wait. Ow, so hurty.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I've got 2 weeks to wait with this painful face. I've got face ache. You believe that? And he's going to... Oh, God. When is it ever going to end? I'm sure that in 5 years he'll show up at my house and go, how's it working out for you? Here's another bill. 0345 6060 973. Ulverston. Pete.
Hello, Nick.
Pete.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Yeah. I've just had occasion to eject an oozing slug out of my kitchen. I didn't have the heart to stomp on it.
Oh, not in your kitchen? The mess.
No, it was raining outside, so I just got him on a bit of card and flicked
Flick him out, exactly.
Flicked it out. Yeah, they keep coming in, especially when it's raining.
Well, I've never experienced a slug in my kitchen.
Yeah, they I don't know what it is about them up here. They just like to come in people's houses.
There's a slug in my kitchen. What am I going to do?
Yeah, and some of them are about 3 inches long.
Oh.
This was a baby one.
A baby?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I took pity on it.
You know, in other countries, they have...
They start climbing up the walls.
Yeah, in other countries, they have spiders the size of dinner plates that will actually bite your face off.
Yeah.
And that's all we have to worry about is a slug and the odd housefly. Yeah, we're very, very lucky in that regard.
We are. It was just your earlier caller come out with that oozing slug.
Yeah, nasty.
Describing Boris.
And it put you in mind of your kitchen.
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to have to do something about it. Anyway, I switched the TV on this afternoon and to see what the weather was going to do.
Yeah.
And I thought, my dreams have come true.
What?
Because there was all these people waving flags and jumping up and down, and I thought Bodger had been ejected from number 10.
Sadly not.
No, I was watching the
Olympics
ceremony of the Olympics.
How was it?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't have it on for very long.
Oh, okay. So bad then.
Yes. It was people just walking around in circles.
Right. Well, that sounds dull.
Yeah, and other people jumping up and down waving. Some waving much more eagerly than others.
Yes, and the ones that aren't waving very eagerly, they will know all about it shortly.
They would, yes. The other thing I wanted to tell you, I'd like to put out a warning to the good people of Blackpool to keep well away from their trams, because Bodger was up there and he was in the cab of one
Oh, my
of them.
God, he's pretending to be a tram driver now?
Yes, that's the latest. Yes, yes.
Those trams are going to jump the rails.
Yes. He'll be going the wrong way, won't he? And, I heard it on James O'Brien's programme this morning. Apparently he took a 747 from Stansted to Blackpool, and then back again.
Well, that makes sense.
He could have caught the train.
Or he could have just not gone at all. But, he's just desperate to dive into his dressing-up box and make himself look like he's doing somebody else's job for a photo opportunity.
Exactly, yes.
If in doubt, get your photograph taken, going, paw!
Does it make you want to throw up?
I think that's a pretty good summation there, Pete. Just makes you want to throw up. That is the body's reaction to anything it doesn't like. I was talking to Carol McGiffin about this on our Super Soar Away podcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
I saw an 8K television. Now, you've heard about 4K televisions, UHD, ultra high definition. Oh, they are fabulous. There's almost nothing to watch in 4K, but people they can't stock them fast enough. They're just flying off the shelves. But I've seen an 8K television in a top person's store, and it was massive. It was a sort of 6 foot high and 10 foot wide. It was absolutely huge, stupidly large. And I had to, and it was, I think it was showing, like somebody put a camera on the front of a roller coaster. And it's such a bizarre experience because your brain is telling you that what you're looking at is actually real, that you are on that roller coaster. It's so realistic, you can't actually look at it. Because your brain is telling you this is happening to you now, but it's also telling you that, hang on a minute, I'm getting no physical sensation, so it isn't happening to me. And the sort of dichotomy, the noise that is created in your mind makes you want to throw up. And I thought, I am going to throw up in Harrods right now if I don't stop looking at that screen. And throwing up in Harrods is against the law. Hello, Adam.
Hey, how are you? Hope you're well.
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, I was just calling to say you can use your 8K super high definition television to try and watch The Masked Singer, because this week, shock horror, one of the contestants in the costumes pulled off their head, and it was Rudy Giuliani. And it's just crazy because we've had a week where, yeah, I know. Well, as soon as I saw it, I heard your what and that screaming thing that you play. As soon as I see things in the week now, I just hear your little sound effects going off, because imagine we've had a week of Whoopi Goldberg being cancelled for being racist and Rudy Giuliani being invited onto a show who is a racist. It's just a bit crazy.
Wait a minute, what happened?
He was on a musical show.
Wait a minute,
singing.
Back up. What happened to Whoopi Goldberg?
Oh, she said that the Holocaust wasn't about race, and so we're cancelling her, and we're uncancelling Rudy Giuliani this week because he's human now. So that's what's happened this week.
Right. Okay, that would only have been more surprising if he'd pulled his actual head off.
Well, only in America.
To reveal the shape-shifting reptile inside. I am stunned. All right, thanks for the bad news, Adam. The Masked Singer. If people, honestly, if you stop watching that stuff, they'll stop making it. I promise that's true. Jenny texts, oh no, I've read that. How's your tooth? Yeah, thanks a lot, Jenny, but I don't wish to be reminded. Hurts enough as it is. But you know me, I never complain. Have we got to the bottom of how much is a ream yet? Sanj texts, I think the best man for the job, if Bojo goes, is Marc Francois. We've seen one clown as an MP. Now let's see an even bigger clown take over. At least we can be sure that will be the end of the party, says Sanj. And she doesn't mean the end of the... Or he, sexist, doesn't mean the end of this kind of party. It means the end of the Conservative Party.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
International standards organisations define the ream as 500 identical sheets. This is an educational show, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, Marc Francois can take over. Captain Mannering can take over. He's fixing bayonets as we speak. Let's have a call in. I'll be totally fair about this. Who's been waiting the longest? Manchester. Hello, Dennis.
Hiya, Nick. One sec, mate. Yeah, hiya, Nick. Yeah, the situation with Boris Johnson is just an absolute joke.
Yes.
I mean, all the resignations that have been coming in, and even the motions of no confidence that have been coming in tonight. I mean, Boris Johnson, at the end of the day, is just a serial liar. That's already been proven in Parliament. He's lied to Parliament on numerous times.
Right, I'm afraid you're going to have to leave, Dennis. You can lie in Parliament, but you're not allowed to say that somebody's lied in Parliament.
Exactly. It's a joke, Nick. He just needs to resign.
OK, that's another unsolicited testimonial. Thanks a lot, Dennis. Can I recommend a lozenge? 0345 6060 973. Simon texts, I'm a little confused. The government are giving us a £200 loan that we didn't ask for and then making us pay it back at 40 quid a year. But hang on a minute, they're actually sending the money direct to the energy companies and not to us to decide how we want to spend it. They're calling it a discount. You don't pay back discounts. Happy shareholder day. I don't know about you, but this seems like another dodgy scheme. Another dodgy scheme. Yes, fishy, in fact. Highly suspect. How much are the oil giants, the precious few companies that have actually taken over all of our business, how much are they making? I read it the other day. Like £900 profit a second? Something like that. Something absolutely preposterous like that. They're making £900 profit a second. And even if that's not actually true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact.
Affirmative.
Jen says, it's all very well, Boris isn't doing very well. It's all very well, Boris isn't doing very well. Terrible start, Jen. I wonder if it gets better. Understatement of the year, she says, but has everyone forgotten who the alternative was? Oh, my God. She's a whatabouterer. She says, I can't begin to imagine how Mr. Corbyn would have handled all this. And then there's an emoji which looks like, I've got no idea. Stop communicating in cartoons, people. You're not 5. I can't begin to imagine how Mr. Corbyn would have handled all this. Considerably better, Jen. And the only reason that I can say that with confidence is that almost every other leader of a country in the world has done better than we have. So it's almost inconceivable that Corbyn would have done worse. I bet, for instance, that Jeremy Corbyn would not have wasted £37 billion on a phone app that doesn't work. How has it cost that much? Where has the money gone? Does anybody have a clue? I bet that Jeremy Corbyn would not have written £108 million cheques to people who are suspiciously in his orbit to provide medical equipment that they have no experience of, that turned out not to be usable, that we're paying £500,000 a day to store. Did you know that? £500,000 per day to store this medical equipment that we bought from people that have no experience in providing medical equipment. In fact, from people whose business had just been set up the day before and whose assets included and were limited to a desk and a phone and £5 in the bank. And suddenly, because they were on some minister's speed dial, on their Christmas card list, they get a cheque for £108 million to provide medical equipment that they have no experience of. I bet Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't have done that. I bet Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't have presided over the biggest excess death rate, coupled with the largest economic hit of practically any other country on earth, except for Russia, Brazil, and that's it. Maybe America, but they did economically better than we did. I think Russia and Brazil are the only two countries that did worse than we've done. I bet Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't have achieved that double-header. But you go ahead, Jen, and just assume that that all of the tabloids were right about Jeremy Corbyn. And then ask yourself why they engaged in the biggest smear campaign that anybody in this country has probably ever suffered. And wonder, perhaps, if it goes back to the pronouncement that Jeremy Corbyn made many, many years ago now, when he was asked about the ownership of a vanishingly few number of newspaper titles in the hands of offshore billionaire tax efficient owners. And he said he would have to look at that. And from that moment on, they levelled their cannon at him and let him have it. Zach emails, I just heard you unzip something. If radio is theatre of the mind, my mind is boggling at the idea of what you're doing.
Disgusting.
I unzipped my my fleece. And I've set the temperature in the studio at 24 degrees, balmy. The warm air is wafting over me, and I've got 3 layers of woolens on with a thick fleece on top. Absolutely blooming boiling in here. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Oxford. Clark.
Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi there.
Hello there.
The first thing I want to say is I was really pissed off because I had a plan to recycle nappies as face masks. And I didn't get any money for it.
Well,
I mean, what's wrong with the Tories? Anyway, I want to go back to Jacob Rees-Mogg, if I may.
If you must.
Okay, so I'm neither left nor right in politics, but with Jacob Rees-Mogg, at least you can have a debate and a conversation. The problem with left-wing people these days is they start to insult you, and they don't want to hear that what you have to say if it's a different opinion to theirs. And that's a big problem with politics, with the polarization of it, and the deplatforming and all the rest of it.
You think his act of using excessive politeness as a weapon means that he's actually listening to what you say?
Listen, if he happens to be better educated and has a better command of English, than other people, you don't knock him for it. I mean,
I am not knocking him for that. I don't know whether you're actually listening to what I'm saying, but I'm not knocking him for his vocabulary.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you were. So what were you trying to say then?
Well, I refer you to the comments I made some moments ago. I'm not going to repeat my entire argument just because you weren't listening the first time. Zach, oh no, that's about the unzipping. I'll zip it up again in a moment, Zach. Just airing it out at the moment. Sheila texts, in defence of JRM, he does find food banks uplifting. Yes, exactly right. And then claims that he's guided by his faith. Look at his voting record. Almost always voted in favour of keeping the rich rich, and almost always voted in favour of keeping the poor poor. Yeah, that sounds like exactly what Jesus would do under the same circumstances. Poor huddled masses, not masses exactly, but people in small numbers, cramming themselves into dinghies, desperate to get to a place where they can feel safe. No, push them back out to sea. Let them drown, because, that's what Jesus would want. Tony texts, if you can hear a theoretical physicist but can't see them, do they exist? Excellent question, Tony. Leave it with me. Latoya says, I did not realise that Fishy Sunak was another millionaire in the Conservative Party. We're all doomed if he becomes the next Prime Minister. You're wrong about that, Latoya. He's not a millionaire, he's a billionaire. And Andy says, at this rate, Boris Johnson could be the third Prime Minister in a row to be taken down by the actions of Boris Johnson. Get the Guinness Book of Records on the phone right now. There's so many texts and emails to get through, I'm never going to do it. How many pages? Like, just too many. Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind, Ricky. He tweets, no idea why Javid is going on about a 10-year plan to cut smoking, drinking and obesity, because thanks to this cost of living crisis, people won't be able to drink, smoke or eat. Problem solved. And Trevor emails, eating or heating, is this levelling up? Yeah, well, if you believe that whole thing about levelling up, then I have a bridge I'd like to sell you. I mean, why do they need to level up? They've been in power for over 11 years now. What are they levelling up from? They've only just become interested in the plight of the poor. Hounslow. Hello, Sarah.
Hi there.
Sarah.
Oh, hi, Michael. I'm a long-time listener. First time getting to speak to you.
Welcome along.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about spiders. So I feel like...
no.
No? Why not? I feel like they shouldn't even have the audacity to come into our house knowing that we're at the top of the food chain and then to think that we're not going to kill them. Like, no offense, but I will. If I see any sort of small insect in my house, I will kill it straight away.
Yeah, don't take any nonsense from a small insect. Probably killing it. I don't know. Do you like birds?
No. Well, they sound nice in the morning, but...
Tweety birds.
I mean, if he came to my house, of course, I'd let him go, because he's, it looks nice.
Because birds eat spiders, so you might want to just chuck it out the window, and then a bird will eat it later.
That would be great. But, yeah, talking of slimy insects, Boris Johnson, I think we've had enough now. Can we just get him out of here, or do you have to wait any longer? Or?
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks a lot, Sarah. We've had enough now. I mean, come on. This has been going too long. Put us out of your misery.
Bye-bye.
The only person, I imagine, who thinks that he can just bluff his way through this is Boris Johnson. Everybody around him has thought, OK, that's it, I'm leaving. All of those people that have been working with him for decades, for just on and on, and they know exactly who he is. Of course they do. They work closely with him every day. And all of the misinformation, all of the disinformation, all of the lying, the cheating, the swindling, all of that's been absolutely fine up to now, when they realise with a shock who it is that they're actually working for. Please. I think they protest too much. Joe texts, Boris is a liar, that's fine. Energy bills are going to skyrocket, that's fine. The country's in the worst economic crisis in the last 30 years, but that's fine. But there's no hula hoops crisps in the shop. That is the last straw. Outrageous. No hula hoops. Well, you better not tell Steve Allen, because he's going to freak. Well, what other snack can you fit on the end of your finger and then bite off in that satisfying manner? There isn't any. I mean, you could just about jam one of your thinner digits in the end of in the hole of a polo mint, but that's not the same. You can't eat a whole bag of polo mints. Hula hoops. You shove your hand in the bag, and you will at least get one finger crowned with a hula hoop, and then you chew it off. I feel like licking my fingers right now just thinking about it. Scott emails, greetings from Kansas. It's colder here than Jacob Rees-Mogg's heart for the poor. It's true that we managed to kick Trump out a year ago, but we badly underestimated the insanity of his followers. They're so loyal to him, they're willing to refuse vaccines, drink bottles of bleach, and die of COVID, all just to own the libs. That's true. That is true. If it doesn't matter, and it's the same here, it doesn't matter if the way that you act is not in your own interests, just as long as it upsets the other side. That's all that matters. What is bizarre is, and I was talking about this with Dave Ross on the Sunday show last, is that all of these right-wing, how to sum them up? Yeah, that's it, dinglings. All of the dinglings in America are refusing the vaccine, and they're eating horse dewormers or whatever it is that they're into. Because for freedom. And left-wingers are trying to persuade them that they've made the wrong decision, and they're trying to save their lives, as though right-wingers would do the same. You're shooting yourselves in the foot, you left-wingers, as usual. Just let them. And there will be fewer to vote for their chief chump next time round.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Whining and whining. Kansas. I heard that everything was up to date in Kansas City. I heard they'd gone about as far as they can go. John says, do you like Marmite? If so, on toast? Yes. How else are you going to have it? Eat it straight from the jar with a spoon? Oh. That's a no from me. Ealing. Hello, John.
Oh, hello.
John.
Good to speak to you. I've got a couple of, just two things I want to say. I won't hold you long on the phone, but this comes from my late father, because my understanding of the phrase "get your goat" was to do with thoroughbred horses before races actually having a goat put into their stable with them to calm them down. And if somebody took the goat away, they would then be kind of upset and they might possibly lose.
Ah.
And that's my late father's. So that's what he told me.
If I was relaxing in my bedroom and somebody introduced a goat into the room, I wouldn't be relaxed.
Well, I don't know. Maybe horses have maybe they're just scared of the goat. I mean, who wouldn't be? I mean, I don't know. No, but apparently it calms them down. So this is what my father told me, because he was, an Irish fellow who's interested in horse racing.
Right.
Yes. So the other point I was going to make is this: it absolutely astounds me. This business about on Question Time and on lots of other programs, you've got Tory MPs making a statement about the fact that Boris Johnson made some collective caricature of Keir Starmer, saying he was responsible for the Jimmy Savile thing. Right? Now, the point is, though, he didn't say that. He said you. He didn't say your organisation, right? So, and yet all of them are standing by him, and they're all saying, well, no, he was making a wider point about taking responsibility.
It's the cut and thrust of politics, right?
That's it. Exactly. The point is, though, what annoys me about this, not only the mendaciousness of it, is the absolute hypocrisy, because he's not taken responsibility for anything he's done. If you think about everything he's done, the arrows all point to him. But yet, what responsibility is he taken? And he's going to accuse Keir Starmer of shielding a bloody lunatic like bloody Savile.
It's
but
all...
They never seem to judge it by the same standards.
But it's also what would Donald Trump do? And the reason that those nodding dogs in the cabinet are defending him is because they know that whoever comes in next is going to fire the lot of them. They'll all be out in their ear. So they have to keep Boris Johnson in place so that they can maintain access to their company car.
But also, you mentioned earlier on, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I mean, this morning, he's been called to retract a statement he made about Boots having a lower-priced morning after pill, because he more or less intimated that it's the same as abortion.
Well, he didn't intimate it. He said it, and he used I'm
being generous.
A precisely Mogg word. What was it? What was the phrase he used?
Was it in Latin?
It looked Latin to me.
Abortus veriamus.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my God! Listen. No, as far as I'm concerned, all you need to do is to look down into your trouser area, and if you're not a woman,
please.
you have no reason or right to talk about abortion.
Well,
it's up to a woman,
right? I do know that abortion is not a topic that I'm going to
no, I don't
tally
want you
with
to be, but
on this show.
What amazes me is why he's talking about it.
Because he uses his religion as a weapon. He hides behind it, and but doesn't seem to act in the way that Jesus would in any given situation.
I was just about to say the same thing, Nick. You mentioned that earlier on, and something popped into my head. Think about the ultimate person looking for a home, the ultimate person travelling, looking for somewhere. It's Jesus trying to find somewhere to...
Right. We would push him back out to sea and hope he drowns.
They don't have the sense to actually realise that the people they're pushing back into sea are like the equivalent of Jesus looking for a stable or somewhere to live.
They use religion as a weapon.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Abortifacients. Yeah, oh, God, that bloke. Asked if he would make time for a debate on sexual and reproductive health, he said he would not speak in favour of abortifacients. I mean, is Ken Dodd not available? Can we have Benny Hill run the country for a while? How about Lord Snooty out of the comic? Would be a good idea at this point. It's like they're all characters in a Carry-On film. Like what foreigners would assume that British people were like in the 1950s. It's just embarrassing at this point. Toe curling. If I ever get to leave the country and go somewhere else, I'm going to tell everybody I'm, I don't know, Irish, Australian. I could keep up an Australian accent for a while. But not a New Zealand accent, because I couldn't live with that. 0345, and I mean that in a very positive and respectful way. But I couldn't do a New Zealand accent for more than about 2 seconds without needing a holiday from doing that. Jason says, Sunday in the 1970s for me, it was where I sat outside the pub in the Vauxhall Victor with a bottle of Coke and a bag of crisps while Dad was in the public bar. Oh, dear. Paul says, hang on a minute, I'm going to cough. That's better. Paul says, imagine if Johnson deliberately seeded the Starmer lie to corral the right to spread the lie on social media. You can see them all going, aha, and finally someone has spoken up in the mainstream media. The right-wing conspiracy theorists are like hyenas gleefully scavenging on the fears and the suffering of others. That's well put. Well, it's vivid anyway. Tony tweets, get his goat. This expression comes from a tradition in horse racing thought to have a calming effect on high-strung thoroughbreds. A goat was placed in the horse's stall on the night before the race. Well, where did the horse sleep? And Andrew texts, the expression gets my goat could come from the cheeky act of pulling at someone's goatee beard, which would be very annoying. No. I'm going with the horse thing, even though that makes not much sense to me. I mean, how would you feel if somebody stuck a goat up your room? Jeanette says, the worst thing politicians say are robust and it's the right thing to do, is the right answer. If I hear the word robust one more time, I'm going to scream. Robust. I mean, a memo has obviously gone around for them to use the word robust a lot, because it's not a word that ordinarily comes up in conversation. When have you ever said robust? And you didn't hear it in conversation either. You didn't hear politicians say robust. But then all of a sudden they were all saying robust all the blooming time. They had the Ian Hislop out of Private Eye in one of these ridiculous waste of time committees that they have just in a natural way and make themselves feel that they're doing good for the extra cash they get. I don't know, what do they get, like 15 grand a year extra for sitting on one of those things before they all go to lunch and congratulate themselves on a good day out. And some bloke who, oh God, so defined supercilious, him and Smug. And he said, and I don't know, I thought that perhaps there was something wrong with him. He said, I'd like to thank you for the robust way in which you've robustly answered all of the robust questions that we have robustly put to you. It's been robust. And thank you for robustly demonstrating your robustness. I thought, my God, is he getting paid for each use of the word robust? And Ian Hislop did not refer to it, although I felt that he was on the edge of doing it. But for that moment and that moment alone, he was very respectful. Respect.
Be polite.
Robust. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that... Liar! Exactly. Whatever follows the word that in that sentence is a lie. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that up is down. Josie text, seems to me that Bodge and his fellow Bodgkins have achieved in 2 short years the complete grinding down of the nation. I'm off to start a revolution, says Josie. Well, the best of luck with that, Josie. As long as you don't do it in an intentionally or reckless way and cause a public nuisance. Otherwise, it's 51 weeks in jail for you. Can you believe that that's where we're at? Cumbran. Hello, Philip.
Hello there.
Hello
that opinion poll that you read out a while back, as a person who supports the Liberal Democrats, I was disappointed that they weren't in that opinion poll. Now, I haven't seen it. I don't know what the terms of reference were. Yeah. And I know the Labour and Conservatives are the 2 biggest parties. But as a Remainer... the Liberal Democrats, in one sense, are the only, if you can say, pro-European party out of the other 2. The old Liberal Party, going back 50, 60 years ago, and I'm old enough to remember Joe Grimman when I was a boy, leading the old Liberal Party, they were the first party to want us to go into the European Economic Community.
Right. Well, now, Thatcher, don't forget her.
Yeah. Well, she took us into the single market. She was all in favour of that, and then she changed her mind, didn't she, towards the end of her term?
Did she? But just to put you out of your mystery, the Lib Dems are not in this this survey. They come under other, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's what I'm a bit disappointed at.
Right.
I know.
I can tell you what they've scored on each of those questions, and it was about the same on each question. It was about 19%.
Yeah.
Do you support the NHS? Which party do you trust most to do the following? Support the NHS, tackle poverty, manage housing, support the education system, manage the economy, tackle crime, respond to the coronavirus crisis, handle immigration, manage foreign affairs, and protect the environment. And pretty much every single question, other, got 19%. And the Labour Party won in a landslide.
Yes, yeah, they did. I mean, I know Brexit has probably been done. I mean, I would like to think a day might come. It probably won't in my lifetime because I'm 68. We'll never
68 years old. Brexit has not been done.
Well, what I mean is, I would like us to rejoin, but right. I can't see that happening.
Then if we don't, then our future is probably just like that of a slowly deflating party balloon.
That's right. I mean, just before I let you go, I mean, I'm in a constituency here in South Wales. We've got a Labour MP, a huge majority. Now, he's going to win whatever. Now, I'm going to vote Liberal Democrat. Now, I know the Lib Dem is not going to win in our seat. But as a committed European, I've got no option of principle to vote for them because I don't trust the Labour Party with their high jinks on the EU and all that, and certainly not the Conservative. So I'm going to vote for the Lib Dems, but it's not really going to make a lot of difference in my constituency where I live.
Yes, which is another excellent reason why we should have proportional representation.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, definitely. Yeah.
OK, well, the best of luck with that, Philip. 0345 6060 973. The best of luck with your worthless vote. Sam texts, when Johnson made his Jimmy Savile slur, Rees-Mogg was triumphantly nodding and grinning and pointing at the opposition front bench, as in gotcha. Right. Well, that certainly sounds like him. That's what Jesus would do. Josie said, it seems to me the Bodge and his fellow Bodgkins... oh, no, I read that one. Des emails, supercilious comes from the Latin word for eyebrow. It literally means of or pertaining to the area above the eyebrow, above the eyelid. Right. Okay. That makes no never mind. But I suppose an arched eyebrow just about sums him up. Does he have the strength to arch an eyebrow? Just about. And if he gets tired halfway through arching it, he could get Nanny to help him. Simon texts, you say the youth of today would find it hard to believe that nothing was open on a Sunday. Do you remember half-day closing? Why, yes, I do. In Marlow, when I were a lad, it was on Wednesday, and all the shops were shut at 1 o'clock, he says. In today's 24-hour society, they would find it ridiculous. They would find it literally unbelievable. And yet, all you have to do is go to, France. And you'll find that they still do that, as though they're not that interested in making money. As though making money was not necessarily the most important thing in life. You know, Hazza, out of Hazza and Sparkles, was talking about that. And, of course, he had a giant pile of opprobrium poured all over him. Prince Hazza, out of Hazza and Sparkles, offered his own woke guide to business today. Oh, God, woke. I mean, talk about lazy shorthand. What does woke actually mean? Being concerned for the feelings of others. No, we don't want to be concerned about the feelings of others. Because, I don't know, that's what, that would mark you out as a kind and caring person, to be not interested in the feeling of others. Hazza offered his own woke guide to business today as he told firms they should give everyone time to focus on themselves. Focus on themselves! No! Instead of just madly running to keep up and letting the bosses take home all of the wealth created by your 8 hours a day, while you work for peanuts under constant threat of the sack. Yeah, I mean, that sounds crazy, doesn't it? Reform the world so the blind pursuit of profits isn't the only focus of any business. I mean, just think of where we are. I mean, to actually make a business work for the people who make it go, rather than the one or two people in the executive suite and the shareholders that own the company through a complex web of non-companies that all have addresses in an empty building on some island tax haven. Because that's the system that we've got at the moment. How's that working out for you?
Oh, fabulous.
But just the very idea that somebody suggests that maybe this isn't the best way for humanity to be running its business, then they're decried as being woke. I mean, the press, of course, were furious that Hazza ever suggested such a thing, but it makes sense to me. It does not make sense to the keyboard warriors, of course, who I would imagine would be among those to benefit if the concept of our working day was rethought for the benefit of the many, not the few. I mean, it's weird that the people that would benefit the most from easing up on the headline or headlong rush for profits at all costs are the same people that yearn for a more peaceful and simple time when we ran the local shop, which closed on a Sunday and a half day on a Wednesday, and we played cricket on the green and life was slower, which is the exact opposite of what they're defending, the always-on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week job. And we need to take our work home with us just to keep up. That's what they're defending. Probably because it was Prince Harry that said it. But just because it's Hazza out of Hazza and Sparkles doesn't mean to say it's not right. The Duke of Sussex, does he still call himself that? 38 years old, was... and this is how they rubbish anything that he has to say. This is the Mail. The Duke of Sussex, 38, was speaking from his $14 million California mansion with Meghan Sparkles, and has a series of endorsement deals with companies that pay him to represent their brands, you know, as though that discounts him from having an opinion. The number of people that are allowed to have an opinion on anything is minute. I mean, you can't have an opinion on something unless you are an expert in that subject, or unless you are poor or rich, depending on the argument. And you can't have an opinion on anything if you are a celebrity. That's right out. But you can have an opinion if you're a journalist with no knowledge or experience of the subject or whatever. Or, of course, if you're one of those people that spend all day commenting on stories on Mail Online, mostly telling other people that they can't express an opinion because they disagree with you. This interview comes months after Hazza advised people who feel stuck in jobs that don't bring them joy to quit, and said leaving work was something to be celebrated nearly 2 years after his acrimonious departure from his job in the royal family. And of course, people will say, well, that's easy for him to say. But we are in amongst the Great Resignation. So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have thought, after the last couple of years, they've re-evaluated their life and thought, actually, the path that I was on was completely insane. Was I happy? No. I was just accumulating more bills that I had to work harder in order to pay off. And that's exactly what where they want you to be. Desperately running to stay still. And now somebody suggests that maybe that isn't the best way to go ahead. Makes sense to me. I mean, in countries that are less American than we are, the Scandi countries specifically, I don't believe that people are sort of on this rat race treadmill like we are. They have perspective. They're not all trying to be a Kardashian or, I can't think of the British equivalent. But, you know, somebody who's got like a boat and a plane and 3 Bentleys and 5 houses and all of that. I mean, because it's almost never going to happen to you. It's as likely as winning the lottery. You just lead your entire life being unfulfilled. Constantly running after something that you're never going to get. What's the point of that? It's not like this is a rehearsal. This is it. And you spend your entire working life desperately chasing something that is out of your grasp. More money to fuel to pay off a credit card bill that's got so big that you never actually pay off the principal. You're just servicing the debt. You're just paying off the interest, which is precisely where the banks want you to be. And the wealth that's created by the vast majority of people is shared among the tiny minority, the 0.01% at the very, very top of the tree. And it's that we've accepted this as our way of being just seems astonishing to me. I mean, we stop and think about what it is that we're doing as opposed to what we could be doing. We could be in a job that pays less, in which we have to work less hard, we get more time off, and we, I don't know, say it softly, it might sound ridiculous to utter it out loud, enjoy life more. But because Hazard said it, out of Hazard and Sparkles, it's the stupidest thing that anybody ever heard, and he should shut up and sit down. What does he know about it? He's never had a job in his life. Yeah, well, that's not his fault entirely. I mean, he did have a career with the British Army. And he did work to the point that he was popular in that role, you know, as opposed to a certain other royal individual who has enough medals to sink a battleship from not apparently doing very much to earn them, other than being, mummy's little precious. But anyway, that's by the by. Nothing's going to change. Simon texts, read that. Way ahead of schedule. Thanks, Simon. It was good first time, but I'm not going to read it again. Are you joking? Kate texts, I have just Googled your face. It doesn't match your voice. Oh, well, I'll change my face, Kate. Darryl says, people need to stop whining about the cost of living crisis and just manage their finances better. They could easily afford to pay their fuel bills if they stopped frittering away money on luxuries like food and water. Better still, simply sleep rough and you have no bills at all. Problem solved, says Darryl. There you are, you see. What could be easier than that? Georgina says, 24 degrees centigrade. Turn the heating down and zip your fleece back up, Nick. Save energy. If you get cold, it will give you something to complain about. Everyone's a winner. Complain? I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
David says, how ironic. Saji Javid wants to reduce my alcohol intake when it's Bodger who's driven me to it. Yes. Reduce my alcohol intake.
Booze.
No, I tell you what, I will when the regime does. How about that? Jeff says, have you forgotten the kind of old adage about spiders? Catch a spider, let it go, have good luck all day. You ought to give it a go. I've never heard that before. Catch a spider, let it go, have good luck all day. How would that work exactly? Is it scientifically accurate? Where's your proof? Hereford. Alex.
Nick.
Alex.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Have you read the small print in Fishy's new proposal for the £200 that we're going to be getting in October from our gracious leaders?
We've got to pay it back?
Well, yes, but, and this is the interesting part, it will even affect people who haven't had the loan.
Because everybody gets people who haven't had the loan. So
basically, the £200 that they're giving in October, irrelevant of whether you get it or not, it will be a levy that will be £40 a year for 5 years after, which, relevant of whether or not you actually had the £200. So if, for example, you buy a new home in year 2 of the repayment back, you'll still be paying back that money that you didn't actually benefit from.
Right. Well, that sounds like a great deal.
Yeah, some homework for you to do, Nick.
Yes, thanks a lot,
have a read of the T's and C's.
I'll certainly do that straight away, if not sooner. I don't do homework. Homework? But, sir, it's the weekend. Paul texts, levelling up, what happened to the Northern Powerhouse? Well, it's called something else now, Paul. If at first you don't succeed, just change its name. Gary says, don't forget Haribo rings. You can fit them on your fingers too. What's a Haribo ring? What's I bet my glamorous assistant knows all about them. What's a Haribo ring?
They're sweets in the shape of rings.
Oh, well, then I don't like them. Sweets? No thanks. Proper food. Hula hoops. Paul texts, have you tried the Marmite with chili in it? What? That's not a thing, is it? I was sceptical at first, says Paul, but oh my God, it's like Marmite but from the future. No, I'll take my Marmite from the past. Thanks. Anna emails, I once found a slug in the kitchen in the butter. Oh. That's not nice. Where are you keeping the butter? Oh. Now I'm feeling bilious. Thanks a lot, Anna. Stanford La Hope. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I'd love them to bring back the cabana. But anyway, I've got a couple of things I wanted to throw at you.
Paul, please speak directly into the phone.
Yeah, I'm talking right in the phone.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm saying I'd love them to bring back the cabana. But that's long hope.
The cabana?
Yeah, do you remember cabana chocolate?
No.
With the cherry in the middle.
Cherries?
Yeah, it was coconut and cherry in the middle. It was really nice.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Very expensive. I couldn't afford it when I was at school. It was about 50 pence at the time. But yeah, I just wanted to say something. I just wanted to throw a couple of things at you, and I just wanted to get your take on something.
Yeah, I'll ask you one more time. Please speak directly into the phone.
Right.
There you are.
Better?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Now it's got worse.
Okay, is that better now?
Yes.
Right, I didn't want to say this, but if Trump was in power now...
Again, I don't know what you're doing with that phone. What kind of a phone are you using?
Is that better?
You keep asking me that, and I say yes, and then you go back to mumbling again.
Okay. Let me keep it like this.
Right.
If Trump was in power now...
Yes.
I don't think we'd had that Ukraine crisis, to be honest.
If Trump was in power now, this entire planet would be a smouldering ruin.
Well, I was going to say... him and Putin are mates anyway.
Yes.
But also, I wanted to say, is there anything in place? Because things do look very tense up there, and it could go very sour very quickly. But I wanted to know, if things went really, really bad and we ended up going to war, and then it ended up going to beyond the reach of no return, is there anything, I mean, do we as the public have any say on whether or not we get involved or not? Because I just don't think, it would be nice for NATO to sort of pull back. So if Putin really wanted to go in there, he would have gone in already. I mean, he's a formidable force now. We've helped him build his forces up to what it is, the might and all the tech he's got now. We've helped the Chinese get their tech together. We've got that
I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. We've helped them. In what way?
Because we have. Because the research guys who do all the high-tech weapons here also work with the Chinese research companies as well.
Our ethical foreign policy is we don't care what kind of weapons of mass destruction it is that your regime requires, as long as you get through the following strict measures, and that is to determine whether you can afford them or not.
Exactly. So I'm just wondering why we're so hell-bent on following the Americans down that road of, it seems like, to me, it looks like the Americans are pushing for a war, but no one else really wants to get involved. Germany doesn't want to know. Putin's just cut his gas off, and France really doesn't want to know.
No.
So I'm just kind of wondering...
Well, who actually wants a war outside of a psychopath?
Right, and why are we still sitting on... I mean, I wouldn't want somebody sitting on my doorstep with weapons, and that's what Putin's basically saying. But obviously, no one seems to be listening. And I do know that when you push someone into a corner, they usually bite back pretty hard. So
yeah, but rootin' tootin' shooting Putin is not in a corner. He is he's the one that's fashioning a corner for other people. He's making it such that it's impossible for anybody to ignore his aggressive stance. you can't possibly think that he is the innocent in this.
No, I don't think he's innocent. I do not think he's the innocent. No, I'm not going to say he is.
I'm just looking at a picture of a Cabana chocolate, by the way, and I find it hard to believe that used to get sold to the general public. Describe what it looks like.
It's lovely. It was. I wish they would bring that back.
Well, it looks like a sticky marvel. It's a chocolate square with.
No, that's not the Cabana. That's not it. No, The original. It was in a blue packet. It was in a blue chocolate bar packet. It was similar to a packet it was in the shape of a Mars bar, but not that Cabana. That's one that somebody's showing you can actually make one.
Right, because it looks very homemade. It looks like that woman off the telly. What's her name? You know, the woman off the telly with she'd be licking it lasciviously at the end. So yummy. She would be awful, dreadful,
disgusting,
terrible.
And another thing, Nick. Just another thing. I need to ask you, right? With this, with these nuke missiles and everything that's going on now, right? We don't have a warning system anymore because we came out of Brexit, so we're not attached to that satellite that used to give us the early warning system, right? So through Brexit. So what I wanted to find out is what safety net does the public have if things went down that road? There is none.
There is actually, and it would fall to me if it all happened while I was on the air, and not a lot of people know this, but it would actually fall to me to give you the warning. I'll give you a test warning. This is just a test. This is not the actual warning. This is just a test. Okay.
Right.
This is what you would hear.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
So there you have it, Paul. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Well, actually, that Cabana chocolate bar doesn't look bad either. Can you still buy that?
Yummy. No.
Oh?
It's not anymore, yeah.
I would buy that.
I would.
I would wait for Steve Allen to buy it and leave us a big box of them.
Hundreds.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Maybe he has an account with some biscuit manufacturers, but it's like he backed up a lorry of biscuits into the building. And none of them are my favourites. Thanks a lot, Steve. Desiree tweets, how can JRM claim to be a Christian when greed is one of the 7 sins? Oh, don't even get me started. Just look at his voting record and think, is this how Jesus would vote? And come to your own conclusions. Mark says, don't you remember Tony Soprano with his racehorse in the stable and the goat walks in and they all spend the night together? Very sweet. I refer you back to the answer I gave some moments ago. See, if I was sleeping all cosy in my bedroom and someone introduced a goat to the room, it wouldn't calm me down. I think I would get quite stressed. Mike says, someone ought to start a petition calling for politicians to answer questions directly. If you got enough signatures, they would have to debate it in the chamber about whether they should answer journalists or opposition or the public's questions. Yeah, they're not going to debate it, then they're not going to ever do it. Not now, not ever, never. Ooh, look at that chocolate bar. Look it up on the World Wide Web. Even the one that they used to sell, over the counter looks pretty good. But the one that it looks like that woman off the telly made, ooh, I would like that for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Licking it, she'd be.
Disgusting.
Peter tweets, sure-footed and robust gets my goat. Honestly, who came up with the idea that everybody had to say, all of these politicians had to say robust all the time? It's just the most preposterous word. It just sounds silly saying it. That and the Prime Minister has made it very clear that... I can't remember a time when the nation felt to me so as though we just think, oh, God, no, not anymore. That's it. Just get out. I can't ever recall thinking that. I mean, I can recall being annoyed at politicians and the country being, aggrieved at their rule, like Margaret Thatcher, for instance, at university. We couldn't say her name without spitting it out. Thatcher. And whatever she was for, we were against. But I don't think it ever occurred to us to think, that's it. It's over. Get out. I don't think we were ever at that point. It's a sort of weary, it's not resignation, well, maybe it kind of is. Just thinking, oh, come on, just leave. I never recall being at that point. Being angry at their policies, yes. But not just thinking, oh, you know what, we've had enough. Next. This is not how he thought it was going to go. And I bet he is the only person who really truly believes he can wriggle his way out of it. Squirm his way out like a greased Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
yes?
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig is the right answer. Except that joke's not funny anymore. His entire life he's been getting away with it just by doing his paw act. And he tried it again. He tried, well, what the hell can I do now? I know, run away. I'll take a plane to Blackpool, because that makes sense. And while I'm there, I'll dress up in someone else's work clothes for another photo opportunity, because it worked last time, and the time before, and the time before that, and the time before that. But it only really works in his mind. I believe he thinks he's cute. You tell me, what word should I use? He thinks he's charming, appealing, and all of those things I think, used to be generally felt. When you're the Mayor of London, you don't really have to do anything. And he didn't. He achieved not doing anything very well indeed. Great success. Because the job's not really very much. It's attracting business to your city. It's sticking in a cycle lane every now and again. And, there's not much to it. Not really. You just have to be good at publicity, which he's great at. But I think, like any joke, the more you hear it, the less you like it. And when he was mayor, we didn't see that much of him, other than him signing off all those posters. But now we've seen him on a daily basis. We're thinking, like, oh, really? Okay. Okay. Who else is there? Unless I'm getting any of this wrong, in which case you can correct me. Robustly. Chris says, yes, proportional representation would be great, but I thought that 25 years ago and nothing has changed. Why is it we hang on to ideas for so long and they never come to fruition, says Chris. Well, because the parties that are in power at any given time don't think that they will be benefiting from changing the way that we elect our representatives, because they are in power at the time and can't envisage a future in which they aren't. Dorothy emails, the lady off TV is Nigella Lawson. Yes, that's right. The lady that, what were those chocolate bars called again? Caramel Crunch or something. Clicking?
Yes, let's have a look.
Caramel something.
No, they weren't. The Cabana.
Oh, Cabana. Yes, that's right. Oh, the gooey loveliness that I've got a picture of it on my screen. My glamorous assistant's just pulled that off the World Wide Wait. It looks like exactly the sort of naughty snack that Nigella Lawson would whip up. Zach says, Steve Allen used to work for United Biscuits Radio. UBR. The makers of McVitie's. Need I say more, says Zach. Yes, Zach, you need to say a lot more than that. Steve Allen used to be a DJ. Hey! Adam texts, Bojo was advised not to use the slur against Keir Starmer, but ignored it. I wonder what other advice, say from scientific advisors, he has also ignored and acted out of his own flawed intuition, says Adam. Well, that's probably everything, I would imagine. Well, that goes with leading a life with no consequences. Every decision he has ever made has not come with consequences. Even in the vanishingly unlikely event that he would be fired or chastised in some way, he just bounces back because he has surrounded himself his entire life with enablers. And the desperate attempts of the people that are around him who rely on him for their positions is just, it's just getting more toe-curlingly embarrassing by the day. Don't they realise? Well, they must do. They must realise that they've actually painted themselves into a corner. That they will be forever attached in people's minds to this regime. And they will never be able to beat the stink out of it from their suits. On and on they go, talking about robust, and the Prime Minister has been very clear that, and it's the cut and thrust of political discourse and all that nonsense. It comes to them on an email, and then they read it and have to learn it, and then they start spewing out the nonsense. Oh, we've got the fastest growing economy in the G7. We have more people in employment than ever before. We've got the crime is down, and all of these things are wrong. Every single thing that they come out with is incorrect, but they're allowed to say it because you can't correct them in real time. Which is, it doesn't actually say very much for journalism. Because it's not like they even have the wit to manufacture new lies. They just keep repeating the old ones. So you'd think that they would already have journalists, when they go on TV and some scribe quizzes them, you'd think that scribe would have the foresight to get some information to refute what it is that they're saying. But they don't. They never do. They just allow them to say it. And then they get corrected afterwards, which is a waste of time, because people, their fans particularly, and those that are on the fence, they have taken in the information that they saw on TV, and because it wasn't challenged at that moment, that's now become part of their belief system. Oh, we do have the fastest growing economy in the G7, and we do have more people in work than before COVID, and and the trade deals are benefiting us much more so than when we were in the European Union, and economic equality is up, and crime is down, and all of these things are totally wrong, but they just keep saying them all the time. If you just keep saying it over and over again, then it becomes an alternative reality. And that's where we're at, which explains a lot. You should have, I can't remember which is which, but you had a choice of the blue and the red one, and you picked the wrong pill. I'd have had them both at the same time and just seen what would happen. 0345 6060 973. Woodford. Hello, Michael.
Hi, Nick. How's it going?
Good,
What's
thanks.
The crack?
What?
What's the crack?
Well?
Anyway, I'm calling up about the whole robust thing. So, without saying it, I'm a first-time listener, first-time caller as well. So
good man, welcome along.
Thanks for having me. This whole robust thing, I just had a ring on. So I'm a solicitor, and we've had this chat.
You're a philosopher?
A lot. A solicitor.
I thought you said philosopher.
I wish I was.
You're a solicitor?
Yes.
Right.
And we've had this chat about the whole word robust, and what does the word robust mean?
Yes.
From a legal perspective, and who knows? But
who knows? I don't know. If only we could find a solicitor.
I'll cut to the chase, and I will tell you what the legal view on it is.
Please.
And it is you will know what robust is when you see it.
That's the legal definition of robust. You'll recognise it when you see it.
That's what we came to. That is what the legal industry came to,
right,
in the word robust.
Well, as my solicitor, Michael, I have to tell you, you're fired.
Well, I didn't come up with it. It was a body of probably the best minds in the legal industry came up with that.
Well, then we're all in great trouble. If the best minds came up with "you'll know it when you see it," then we're all in deep doo-doo.
Well, that's it. Robustness. What is it? Who knows? You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, from a legal expert. All right, thanks for the good news, Michael. 0345 6060 973. I wish he'd been a philosopher. Wouldn't that have been better? Adam says Bojo was no, read that. Chris says I work as a guard on trains, and I was chatting earlier to a passenger getting off at a very Tory area. He was asking if I'd been jabbed and such forth. Not stabbed, jabbed. To which I said, yes, I am, in a very public-facing job. No, that's not what he says. He says, to which, yes, I am, in a very public-facing job. That doesn't make any sense as a sentence. Never mind, carry on. Maybe it will make sense later. He says, anyway, he went on to say, thank goodness for Boris getting him through Brexit. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the success of the vaccines we did. I politely left the conversation by saying, definitely thankful for Boris for the one thing he stepped back from. Turned out to be the biggest success. I'm glad he had his rose-tinted view to fall back on, says Chris. Right. If you see anything that needs sorted, say it, or however that goes. John says, here in glorious Hartlepool, we still have early closing, which is on Wednesday, just like it was when I were a lad living in 1970s Loughton, which was then on a Thursday. Hartlepool closes on a Wednesday. Another excellent reason not to go to Hartlepool. Pete says, one good thing JRM has done is keep that poor lady nanny employed for years. Jeff says, the male equivalent of the Kardashians with the attributes that you've mentioned is obviously Steve Allen. Regarding spiders, we don't need proof because we're all about feelings now. I can't remember what proof was required in the about the topic of spiders, but I do know that people don't like talking about or listening to anybody talking about spiders at this time of night, or at any other time for that matter. Kim says, it's if you want to live and thrive, let a spider run alive. Yeah, but what if it comes back and gets you? Kay emails, Johnson doesn't believe in anything other than money and the route in life to get to it while pushing down the poor in the process. Well, that's just a benefit, that last part. That's just a bonus. That's gravy, that is. Because it allows him to feel superior, which is, that's part of the upbringing. Part of that whole, thing they've got going on there. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Teddington. Sandra. Oh, an echo.
Huh?
An echo. Sandra, we're going to have to call you back because it's this echo is doing my head in. And everybody else that's listening. It's like doing a show in a cave. We'll call you back. Oh, painful. What's that about? Maybe the people over the road are on the party line. Nobody under the age of 60 is going to have any idea what that means. Do you know what a party line is? No, of course he doesn't. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. James emails, I can confirm that the majority of shops here in Germany are closed on Sundays. with the main exceptions being supermarkets in the main stations. It annoyed me at first, but nowadays a bigger shop on Saturday avoids the need for a whinge, says James. Yeah, well, of course, if you needed a whinge on a Sunday, you'd be fresh out of luck because the shops are shut. You could always get one delivered. Claire says, I get what Kate was saying about your face not matching your voice. I thought you were Nigel Lithgow, the pop idol judge. Who's Nigel Lithgow? Got a picture of Nigel Lithgow?
Yeah, I'll find one.
Oh, he's going to find one right now. Don't you worry about that. I bet it'll be like looking in the mirror. Peter texts, I know you don't do your homework, but you simply must watch Michael Fabricant on a dating show on YouTube. You'll see him in a whole new light. It's life-changing. Trust me, says Peter. Oh, right. Well, he's like considerably... I don't know how old he is. How old is he? He looks like he's been in the sun a bit too much.
He's 72.
72 years old. Right, not yet. Teddington. Hello, Sandra.
Yes.
Hello, Sandra.
Good evening. The way things are going, the cost of living going up so much with all the utilities going up, food going up and everything.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people will still stay rich, because while the poor get poorer, the rich get richer.
Of course.
So
it's almost like it's a plan.
So many poor people that I think we need to have a national beggarable day.
A national
beggarable day. Beggars on the streets. And instead of it being once a year, it would have to be once a month. And people are, forced into begging in order to pay their rates, etc.
Once a month.
Whatever, as often as they need to.
Right.
So that they can pay up their bills.
OK, I'll see you at the Garden Gate, Sandra. Cheers, my dear. By the way, the energy prices are affecting the whole wide world, but some governments are doing different things than ours. Our government is giving us our own money as a loan, which we then have to pay back. The French government, and that's, by the way, I mean, our energy bills are about to go up, for like 50%, something like that. I mean, some people are talking about they've already had their bills and they've gone up 100%. 100%! The French government, meanwhile, you know France, don't you?
Bill!
Yes, that's them. The French government is going to force EDF, the French state energy giant, because they weren't stupid enough to sell their energy, their electricity and gas and water. That's us. The French government is going to force the state energy giant EDF to take an €8.4 billion financial hit to protect French households from rocketing energy costs by limiting bill hikes to 4%. What? 4% in France. Their bills are going to go up by. The company lost a fifth of its market value after the government set out plans to cap rising energy bills, which will force EDF to sell electricity generated by its fleet of nuclear reactors to rival home suppliers at well below the current record high market rates. That's what France is doing. In Spain, the government has introduced a windfall tax on electricity generators and gas producers that are able to profit from the record market highs. That's what the Spanish government is doing. Our government is lending our own money back to us, which we then have to repay. And they were asked flat out whether they were going to consider levying a windfall tax on these energy giants that are making so much money. I bet they wake up laughing. And the minister concerned said, oh, no, that would be the wrong thing to do. Really? For whom would it be the wrong thing to do? Taxing the super rich is never the right thing to do for a Conservative government. Isn't that curious? Odd. It's always a bad idea for the rest of us to tax the super rich. Curious.
Tamworth. Hello, Eddie.
Oh,
Oh, hi, Nick. Nick, I owe you an apology because I haven't rung you for ages.
No apology necessary.
Well, I was waiting for things to get better.
Consider myself lucky.
I was waiting for things to improve, so I'd have something, some good news to talk to you about.
Sadly not.
No, but I do remember party lines. I remember a party line when we had our phone when I lived at home years ago, and we shared with a lady down the road who had a young toddler, and she was always giving this kid the phone to play with. So
oh my God!
You could never ever get a dialing tone to phone out.
Well, that would have driven me nuts. Kids, if you don't know what a party line is, it was telephone lines were so expensive that you used to share the rental of them with another house in your street, so that if you picked the phone up, you might just be listening to their conversation because it was always live.
Yeah.
And you had to wait till they were done. You pick the phone up every now and again, they'd still be yakking away. And then you had to wait until they were finished before you could make your vastly expensive call.
Yeah, yeah. Or you could go down and knock the door and say, "Oh, can you put the phone back on the hook?"
Right.
I want to make a phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Nick, I'm just on my way back from Cheshire because, believe it or not, I've just taken an injured fox up to Cheshire because I work for Fox Rescue, and we cover the Midlands, but the treatment centre is in Cheshire. So any injured and poorly foxes we have in the Midlands, I have to take them up to Cheshire. And, so that's what I've been doing this evening, because the foxes don't come out normally till it's dark. They're very inconsiderate, so we can only catch them at night. So that's why I'm out at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Over the last couple of years, is it your experience that the fox population has exploded?
No. No, apparently it stays stable mainly because of road traffic accidents.
Well, not round my way. I drive home, and every single night I drive home, I must see at least half a dozen foxes dash across the road. They're smart now. You don't see many of them hit by cars. They know to disappear when a car comes. But since the lockdown, a couple of years ago, since we were all stuck inside, they felt to me like they took over. They thought, oh, those wobbling things on sticks, they're not around anymore. Let's take over. And they never sort of went back again. Now you're quite right. They often do come out at night, but they're also out lounging around in the daytime now. They've become bold. Yeah. They've become very bold. Yeah. Well, you want to do something about that, Eddie?
I'll have a word with them.
Yeah, do that.
I'll see what I can do.
Have a strong word.
Enjoy the show. Keep up the good work, Nick.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. Thanks a lot, Eddie. 03. Don't take advice. It's not a request show. Do I sound like Anne-Marie Minhall? Ken emails, blimey, just popped out of the shops and got back, and you're still on. That backbone. What does that mean? Is he commending me, or is he having a go at me? I can't tell. You just don't know these days. Neil texts, Cabana was lovely, as was Banjo and Splicer. These sound like Santa's reindeers. And the Milk Trade Bar, which was a bar, not a box, says Neil. Mark says, the Haribo ring is a metaphor for a cheap proposal ring when you want your girlfriend to have a ring when you propose, but have no idea of the size or style she would like, as an engagement ring. I'm proposing to my girlfriend with one tomorrow in the Lake District, says Mark. Well, the best of luck with that, mate. On behalf of your proposed significant other, it's a no. And furthermore,
no.
Gillian tweeted, I think we should have VAR in Parliament every time Bodger opens his mouth. Parliament stops to fact check him. And usually will usually will probably come up with the answer. Liar! And then the VAR will get chucked out. You can lie, but you just can't say that someone's lied, because, that makes sense. Sedley texted, have you seen the video of a documentary that a French TV company made of Smug when he was 12? Says all we need to know about him. Yes, it does. What we know about him is that he was given a boatload of money by his daddy, and he made a boatload of money with it. Just like, the orange whiner.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Same deal. That guy. Oh, you really are the most wonderful person, he says, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Cube tweets, I never told my neighbour that their noisy music annoys me, but if I was asked on a daily survey by SMS about it, I would probably be honest. On top of that, they have aggressive bulldogs. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Cube? You tube. Matt texts, Boris has always been a nasty piece of work, bullying those he thinks are beneath him at school or uni. He needs his comeuppance. The label of being the worst PM in history might do it. The worst PM in history. Name a worse one. I double dare you. Not my memory. Dave text, didn't Bodger hide in a freezer once? Yeah. From breakfast television, if you can believe that. Yes. I think we've elected, we're going to have to admit to ourselves that we've elected Flashman as our Prime Minister. As painful as though that is to admit. Josh says, journalists are partly to blame for politicians getting away with not answering questions. They are far too forgiving and should toughen up and insist on the initial question being answered. That's right. Couldn't agree more. They should be a little less British and a bit more Australian. T-Tex, please don't talk about Johnson's private jet trip to Blackpool or he'll make the pilot resign. Good one, T. Yeah, he's rearranging the decks on the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. Because, that'll work. If it doesn't work, then the Conservative Party are going to rearrange their chairs on the decks of their Titanic. They're going to defenestrate the captain. They're going to keep ploughing ahead on the same route and pretend that they're a completely different company. That's their trick. So be concerned, be very concerned if they do actually get rid of Bodge. Who's it going to be? Who's going to replace him? I bet they're going to be worse. And they'll all be the same people behind, pulling the strings, making it happen. The money people. Those people. All the same people. It's going to be the same thing, just a different spokesmodel. They're not going to change. They're not going to chart a different course. They're not going to suddenly acquire a degree of kindness. Anybody think they're going to acquire a degree of kindness with a new leader? I'll take that as a no. Sylvia texts, it's your fault, I'm addicted to Wordle. Oh, the one today got me puzzling, but I got it in 4. I haven't failed it yet, and that makes me dissatisfied. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed in Wordle. I can't respect a quiz that I can't fail. Bill says, HMRC wrote to me today to say that my tax return was outstanding. It really is nice of them to say so. I can't even remember sending it in. These are the jokes, folks. Now, normally I hate listeners with material. When I say hate, I mean disapprove of vehemently. Not actually hate, because that seems too strong an emotion. But I disapprove of. But I will give you a pass on that one, Bill. Good one. Even though it wasn't your own. But there are no new jokes anymore. Everything's been done under the sun. Just ask Pink Floyd.
Rock and roll!
Paula tweets, do you remember when Theresa May sacked Johnson and he just wouldn't leave the building? She put a lead on him and he played dead. He just lay on the rug, not moving. I'm not going out. It's raining. Paula tweets, he's doing it again. He just refuses to go and he's way out of control. Yeah, I think that's probably just about accurate. Way out of control, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Nick tweets, you have missed the main... How many more of these have I got to... Oh, hey, look. No, I've almost completely wiped up last night's tweets. because my glamorous assistant has been more discerning now. He's chucking loads of them away. It's not my fault. You want to blame him? He used to just throw everything up there, and it used to take me forever. Just thousands of them that I'd never get through. Now he's going through them with a fine tooth comb, inspecting them with a microscope for, veracity and humorousness. Nick tweets, you have missed the main reason the UK is unlikely to ever have proportional representation. Any government that could change the rules will have been elected under the first-past-the-post system and would therefore have no interest in changing its PR. Nick, I can't remember the amount of times I've said pretty much those exact same words. I have not missed it. I have repeated it. I've highlighted it. I've underlined it and printed it in bold. Mark says, if Bozo was captain of the Titanic, he'd be the one running to the lifeboats, pushing all the kids and the women overboard to get there. Yes. He'd be bouncing kids over the side railings in order to acquire the first seat in the best lifeboat. You bet he would. And finally from last night, Sandra texts, Nick, do you collect anything? I collect cubes. I have no idea what that means. You collect cubes. OK? 0345 6060 973. Don't worry, everybody, because we're, you might be able to your eyeballs in debt. You might not be able to heat and eat. Things in the stores that you have an eye on are way outside of your budget. And the head of the Bank of Bloomin' England has just told you not to ask for more. You've gone there with your begging bowl out, saying, please, sir, can I have some more? And he said, no. Yeah, it was a bit rich of somebody that rich. But never mind about all of that, because a campaign for an extra permanent bank holiday to honour the Queen's 70 years of service has the backing of Boris Johnson. Of course it does. Anything to get us to talk about something other than Bodger's constant lying, the underhand dealings of the regime, the moralities of sewer rats and the mass abandonment of the dear leader by those who rode on his back thus far, and have been totally okay with everything about him until now, but seem to have suddenly realised who he really is and said, right, that's it, I'm leaving. I think they protest too much. Now they realise who he is? How about last year or the year before that? Oh, only now do they get it. I see. Now he's wounded and oozing vital life fluids. It's understood the PM and his wife are highly supportive of a new thank holiday starting in 2023. Thank you. The plan would, in effect, make permanent an extra public holiday introduced in celebration of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. I want one of those souvenir teacups. Did you read about that? God, what a story. That's going to make it in my book of this year, assuming we all live that long. I do a book of every year with the A to Z that we do over Christmas, and I go through month by month, pulling out the weirdest stories, and I've already earmarked this one for my book next year. What's it called? Oh, thanks for asking. It's called The Ups and Downs, the Cheese and Wine of 2021. It's available on an internet near you, by me. But yeah, there's a consignment of Chinese-made souvenir teacups celebrating Her Majesty's 70 years on the throne. Instead of inscribing it in celebration of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, they inscribed it in celebration of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. I really want one of those. And last time I saw it was the whole consignment was on sale. I didn't realise I was looking at the whole consignment. I mean, I looked it up on the World Wide Web and I got straight to, I don't think it was eBay, but it was something like that. And it said £35,000. And I thought, blimey, the price of those has gone through the roof. £35,000 for a teacup. But no, I think it was £35,000 for 50,000 teacups. I really hope somebody buys that and makes them available. I think there's a tidy profit to be made there. If only I had £35,000, by this time next year, I'd probably have for £36,000. Backers for the proposal of the Thank Holiday...
Thank you!
...for Her Majesty the Queen already include, but are not limited to, the Confederation of British Industry, the Royal Voluntary Service and the Scouts.
What?
The Scouts? I mean, the others are probably shuffling into line to attract the attention of Her Majesty in case she decides she's got a few extra gongs going. You know, after she further festoons the jackets of her close family members. I mean, there must be some small area of Prince Charles double-breasted suits that don't have a badge from Mummy with a title associated to it. But what's it got to do with the Scouts? As well as enjoying the support of business and volunteering groups, an insider told the Telegraph, Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph, that Mr. and Mrs. Johnson are highly supportive of the idea. Really? Oh, I see. An insider said that, did they? Grasping onto any passing lifeboat of good news in a sea of bad. Well, I hate to break it to the number 10 press office, but that lifeboat's going down. The extra Thank Holiday would also be a recognition of the service of the millions who have stepped up to serve their communities during the pandemic. The campaign for the Thank Holiday is being launched by the Together Coalition ahead of the 70th anniversary of the Queen's accession to the throne on Sunday. And it does sound rather an insidious name for a company, for an organisation, the Together organisation. It sounds like something that James Bond would be fighting. But I looked them up and they seem legal, decent, honest and true. This year's additional bank holiday is on Friday, June the 3rd. Isn't that exciting? As part of a 4-day weekend of celebrations, during which time we will all try and remember a single thing that the Queen has said in all these 70 years of her rule. Apart from the annus horribilis bit, which we only remember because it sounds like a medical complaint.
Disgusting.
No firm date has been proposed for the permanent extra holiday, but one option could be creating a bank holiday weekend around the Queen's official birthday. Not her actual one, but her second. She's got a spare. That's usually celebrated on the second Saturday in June. Her second birthday. What shall we get her? Alternatives could include... Now, these are other suggestions of which day we might get for, our second, our extra I've got an itchy ear underneath my headphones, so I'm going to have to scratch that for a moment. Oh, that's better. Alternative dates include, but are not limited to, Sir Winston Churchill's birthday on November the 30th, Trafalgar Day on October the 21st, or the foundation of the NHS on July the 5th. OK, well, Winston's birthday on November the 30th is a terrible time to have a holiday. It'll be freezing out, ditto the end of October, and they won't have it to celebrate the start of the NHS because it will just remind us in the future that there used to be an NHS that you could rely on, not the tangled heap of disappointment that the Tories have fashioned after 10 years of safe in their hands. Proposals are said to be presented to ministers shortly, assuming there are any left. But they'll all be too busy to defend the indefensible... what? Never mind. A UK government spokesman said Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee will be a unique national celebration to mark her remarkable, dedicated and continued service to the United Kingdom. Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, everybody is fond of the Queen, but a dedicated service? It pays 80 million quid a year. Let's not get carried away with the thanking. We're the ones that need thanking. Francis O'Grady, General Secretary of the TUC, said an extra public holiday every year would be a great way to thank workers across the UK for getting us through these tough times. Appreciate it. Or we could just get Bodger Johnson to give us a round of applause for 2 minutes every Thursday evening for a month and be grateful for what we get. Hello, Steve.
Hello, bloke called Nick.
Yes.
You all right?
Good, thanks.
It's been a quiet week, hasn't it, on the news
Very,
front?
very quiet, yeah. Nothing's happened so far.
Well, it's, you were pondering what's next, and you're quite right that the juggernaut carries on in broadly the same direction, whether Johnson's there or not. And I wanted to talk about what that largely entails from a financial point of view. Obviously, it's going to be authoritarianism and pretending to care about the North and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Sunak, earlier this week, started launching a bunch of announcements about financial deregulation, and people slightly long memories will maybe recall where that got us in the past, which is
financial deregulation.
Warning!
Which I think is actually why we have left the European Union, why we were persuaded to act against our best interests to leave the European Union, so the banking racket could get back to what it does best, taking our money from us.
And laundering Russian and Saudi money and the
no
like
doubt.
of that as well. But what interests me is what that kind of led to, not just obviously the financial calamity that happened after that, but, if we dredge our memories, along with the expensive scandal and stuff, 10-ish years ago, there was an enormous amount of dissatisfaction and anger with the system, the establishment, corrupt politicians, they all lie, they're all the same, blah, blah, blah. And it rose to this word being used very fallaciously, which I despise how it's used, this word populism, which is actually often just a euphemism for fascism, actually.
Yeah.
And this populism, then, people thought, didn't they, new, exciting, fresh type of politicians that will lead us into a post-disillusion phase.
Wow,
And
this is like
look
sort
at the
of
politicians.
this is like P101. I'm sitting here with my notepad. I haven't made any notes so far, but I'm wondering if this is going to be on the test. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I mean, I've nearly got to the point now, and then who told us that these politicians, these populists, were anti-establishment? Well, the establishment told us that, didn't they?
They're not anti-establishment. They are the establishment.
They are the establishment, exactly. So within 15 years, we come full circle with our own kind of fake, not rebellion exactly, but our own fake civil insurgency against this nonsense that caused all that stuff 10 years ago, and now we signed up for another bunch of it without barely realising because of everything else that's gone on, and that's P101 concluded.
OK, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Steve. 0345 6060 973. He's absolutely right about that. They're going hell for leather to deregulate the finance racket because, what could possibly go wrong? There were some tiny impediments introduced to the banking racket in order that they might not, or they might be dissuaded from ripping us off. Because that was basically their business model, ripping people off, ripping their customers off. And they introduced some small legislation about, would you mind, pretty please, with sugar on top, not ripping off your customers. And they said, oh, all right then. We won't do it as much. Is that good enough? And even that is chafing. The leash is rubbing them around their necks, and they can't wait to throw that off so that they can get back to what they do best, which is basically picking our pockets, selling us something that they say is a AAA rated, guaranteed good deal, while betting that it's a terrible deal and that we will sink. Literally like selling us a boat, not telling us there's a hole in the hull, and taking a side bet that the boat will sink. That's what they were doing. And that's what the whole 2007 financial crash was all about. Telling people who didn't know, rubes, dupes, selling people who didn't know or just took on face value what these giant, well-regarded institutions were telling them about the products that they were selling them. So it's like if you went to Ford and they said, this car is the best car we've ever made. And they didn't tell you that after 10 miles it explodes. They didn't tell you that part. It looks shiny and new in the showroom, and, you trust them because they're Ford. But they just left a tiny little detail out about it exploding after 10 miles. But they took an insurance policy out on your life while they were selling you the car. And they got away with it. The lesson they learned was that they can do anything they like and get away with it. Did any bankers go to jail?
No.
I mean, were any of the executives in the C-suites, are any of them lingering in jail at the moment? Yeah, if you walk by somebody in the street and you pick their pocket, you'll go to jail for if you take a fiver. But you do not go to jail if you take 5 billion or 500 billion or a trillion or, just think up as many noughts as exist on the planet Earth and stick them after the number 1, and that's what you can award yourself without impediment or consequence. And they're about to unleash the hounds again. I do firmly believe that that's the reason that we have left the European Union. It's none of that, Smug said, oh, cheaper clothes. You remember that? Cheaper clothes? Cheaper clothes, cheaper food, and cheaper shoes. We're going to reduce the VAT on fuel, they said. They actually did say that. I have the detailed files. One moment, please. Well, you just have to take my word for it. I can't find it at the moment. Oh, here we go. Boris and Gove. Whatever happened to them? This is from 2016. Boris Johnson and Michael Gove claimed that the government would be able to scrap VAT on household energy bills if Britain leaves the European Union. Another one of those promises. How's that working out, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, so all of that stuff was just nonsense. The real it of it was unleashing from the European... it wasn't too much of an impediment, not really. It was just a polite request from the European Union. Would you please not rip so many people off? Would be nice. And the banking racket couldn't stand it because they lost, a couple of pound here and a couple of pound there. And that's the reason that we're out. I firmly believe that that's true. Tell me I'm wrong. I double dare you. Archie texts... Have you heard about the long-standing scandal of institutional racism at the Met? It's finally caught up with Cressida Dick. She's due to be replaced imminently by Jimmy Carr. I warned you he was coming. I did tell you. Rose texts, there's still no serious attempt to avert the cold, hunger and resulting ill health soon to afflict millions of people in the energy crisis. Funds must be found. First, properly tax massive personal wealth like that flaunted by the Chancellor. For him to tell the already desperate to live within their means is obscenely inappropriate. The government brazenly abdicates responsibility and is seeing how far it can push towards a let-them-eat-cake scenario. I think we're there, says Rose. I think we're there. Here, has Steve Allen brought in any cake lately?
Not a lot.
Oh, thanks a lot, Steve. We're starving over here. Fruit he's been bringing in.
Disgusting.
Nobody wants to eat that. Here's a call in Birmingham. Hello, Guy.
Hello, Nick. I'm a big fan of yours.
How big?
I'm your biggest fan.
Well, how big is that, approximately, in terms of feet?
7 inches.
So about half a foot? Something like that.
Well,
about half a foot.
You wanted a joke, a naughty joke.
No, I didn't. When did I ever want a joke?
Nick, can I talk to you about something seriously?
Is it a joke?
It's not a joke. War isn't a joke.
Oh,
war. Have you ever been to a communist country?
What's it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely
Say it again.
Nothing. Rock and roll! Have you ever been to a communist country, Nick?
Ever been to a communist country?
Like Vietnam, China, North Korea, Burma?
No. What's it like?
I used to think... I went to Vietnam, and before I went there, I thought the wrong side won the Vietnam War, but after I went there, I realised the right side won.
Right. Couple of clicks up the Dolong River. You've been to
the Americans
Nam.
haven't learned that lesson of the Vietnam War. They're still opposing China and Russia.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory. You know, someday this war's going to be over. Thanks a lot, Guy, for whatever that was. Georgia texts, what's the thermostat set at tonight, Nick? 24 roasting degrees. I come into work to warm up. Ricky texts, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, Ricky. Rees-Mogg has today submitted a letter to the 1822 committee. Stop with the jokes. Edward says, if Parliament were to attach Bodger to a lie detector machine, it would end up overheating and catch fire. Yeah, I think probably worse than that. I think it would probably quit just at the very idea. It'd say, right, that's it, I'm leaving.
Bye-bye.
Zara emails, I've been listening to you and Carol on your excellent podcast. And ever since hearing your weird pronunciations of koyin, which is what she says, and vacuum, which is what I say, it's vacuum. You say it.
Vacuum.
Well, why has it got 2 U's on it then? Vacuum. Vacuum. Says, I have, since hearing that, I have subconsciously starting to say those words like that. It's now all I can think about when I see them. I wish I could rewind and unhear that part of the show and go back to pronouncing them correctly. Well, it's all about the pronunciation. I think you'll find that's right. Yeah, me and Carol do a podcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
It is a laugh and a half.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which the delightful Carol McGiffin and I, who is at this moment sunning herself on an exquisite beach near a 10-star resort. Not that I'm upset about that or anything. But we try to solve people's problems while laughing our faces off. It's the hour in the week that I laugh the most, hands down, easily. And I think you'll be amused. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, and it comes out on a Monday. There's over 100. We've done over 100 of them now, which just blows my mind. I cannot believe it. 100 hours of amusement that we just plucked out of our ears. Not our rears, our ears. And you can find it on an internet near you. If you go to Global Player, then it's on there, along with the two other podcasts that I do. Just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcasts, and it will become clear. Stockton on Tees, AJ.
Oh, hello, Nick. Thank you for taking my call.
AJ.
I thought it was pretty cool what you're saying about your pod. We can't get enough laughter.
Pod,
Good
yeah.
one there.
That's right. What the world needs now is laughter, sweet laughter. It's the only thing. Sing!
What the world needs is love. That's what commercialism, isn't it? It's the real thing in the world. One world. Anyway, my point was concerning. I was singing that song. You were singing the quote. It's a real thing, wasn't it? You were singing.
No, it's the real thing. Was that was the Searchers? Oh, I bet I got that right. Was it the Searchers?
I just remember it from the advertising.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola.
I know. All these people were loitering on a hillside. What they were doing there, I don't know. They looked like they needed arresting to me. Looked like hippies to me.
Want to score some pot?
And they were singing about love. Ugh.
I love it's the answer.
That's right.
And the point about Boris Johnson, Nick.
Love is the answer. You know, that was Todd Rundgren. Now we really are rattling through the classic rock, the standards.
Rock and roll!
Yeah.
All you need is love, Nick.
Right. I have a new appreciation of the Beatles, having seen Get Back, all 6 hours or whatever it is of Get Back. Have you watched that yet?
No, is it very good?
It's very, very good. It's like being in the studio with the Beatles. It's like you're actually in the room with them. It's excellent.
Oh, that sounds super.
Yeah.
It's a shame to get back to Boris Johnson, really.
Get Back, exactly. They played that one over and over again.
Yeah, good one. As we live in a nation where, like, entire 1/3 of our country's land is owned by a few aristocrats, I've always sincerely believed that that's part of the small spectre that Boris Johnson owes true allegiance to. You know, Nick, I would hear people calling him a man of the people, and it's truly hard not to despair there, mate.
I sort of caught a bit of that, but it's my ear.
It's your pronunciation.
Well, it's your pronunciation, yeah.
Pronunciation.
What I find amazing is that the poor in this country have been persuaded to believe that the elite are the people to vote for in order to get back at the elite. That just blows my mind.
I'm glad you think that, but Dick, I can speak like from street level. We're not stupid. We're not fools, you know.
Well, why do poor people keep voting for the rich who continue to act outside their interests?
I don't like saying this. I think there's still not enough consciousness about it, but it is growing. Believe me there.
Well, I mean, it's taken a while. I mean, how long is it going to take? Another 100 years?
Oh, brother, I've seen change all through my life. What I didn't like the most was when I saw Margaret Thatcher start the servants' economy that we're living now.
Right.
I don't like that.
Yeah, well, she decided that the dirty fingernail jobs, they were no good, and so they were. So Germany decided that that was going to be their thing, and we did the banking racket. How's that working out for us, by the way?
Fabulous.
I mean, it's working out for some individuals really, really well, but a vanishingly few number of them. The rest of us are are on mopeds delivering pizza to people who are busy working from home.
I remember when the banks got bailed out, £100 billion, which they paid back all but 20 billion, which just went missing.
Right.
These are the seeds. From my perspective, we've always understood the irony in lyrics. Steal a little and throw you in jail, and steal a lot and then make you king.
That's right. Bingo. Got it in one. Thanks a lot, AJ. If you steal a fiver from somebody, you are going to jail. If you steal £5 billion, then you are going to the House of Lords. That's the way it works in this country. Martin emails, another week goes by, and yet again, Johnson is parading around in a high-vis vest. Yeah, what is it with that? It's not slimming, Bodger. This time he's a tram driver, says Martin. We've had him on the buses, in a digger, in a lab, and in a school. Hopefully next week we'll be testing a new helicopter ejector seat. Tony says, I do the 6-lettered Wordle. I didn't know there was such a thing. A 6-lettered Wordle? Is there such a thing? They are more challenging as the 4-lettered ones are too easy. There's a 4-letter one? I thought there were just 5. He says, I cannot watch lingo on TV because they say H when they get a word starting with H.
Oh, no.
It's ironic, but the letter H doesn't have an H at the beginning of it. It's not H. I don't know why. It just rubs my fur up the wrong way when I hear that. I just can't stand it. What's lingo? I mean, I know that there was some outpouring of outrage on the World Wide Web when people said that bloke's just sold Wordle for a small 7-figure sum. I mean, I know a 7-figure sum isn't small, but it was in the low 7 figures, not 100 million, but in the low millions. And they said, well, it's just like this TV program called Lingo, which I've never heard of before, but if you say so. But I did not know that there was a Wordle of different length words. Well, I should have to look into that. Because I would like to fail, every now and again, just to make it interesting. Milton Keynes. Hello, Mark. Mark? Yes, Mark.
Nick, hi, man. Yeah. I know you don't like history lessons, but are you old enough to remember? Are you old enough to remember Maggie Thatcher and Sir Bernard Ingham and when she had to go in the stalking force? Do you remember all that stuff?
Just vaguely. I wasn't really interested in politics at that time. I was too busy, contemplating the universe.
Me too. But some of it did filter through the haze, and that was that there was a it was the men in grey suits. There was all that messing around. In the end, the men in grey suits came and took her away. Do you remember? Kind of.
Well, they didn't take her away exactly. She left and she cried in the car on the way out.
That's right. Yeah, but I mean, the men in grey suits kind of took her away.
Yeah.
And I remember particularly there was one thing when she said, "This isn't the right time for a leadership election." And as soon as she said that, whoosh, they were in. They wiped her out there.
It's never the right time if you happen to be the leader.
That's right, yeah. And so this lot need to go. The whole lot of them.
Well, that's the trouble, is that if they change the leader, then they will present themselves as a brand new party. But every single other person who has been fashioning the direction of this government will still be in position.
What was that? What was the stalking horse? John Redwood, who was so right. He was too right wing for Margaret Thatcher. Do you remember?
What a frightening thought. Thanks a lot, Mark. Chris texts, can you help me decide which would make the better PM? Liz, the Brains Truss, or Nadine Vacuous Doris? That's his description, not mine. In terms of charisma and intelligence, there's not much separating them. Can I say none of the above? Is that an available option? Upminster. Keith.
Hi, Nick.
Keith.
Just a second, I'll take you off the loudspeaker.
Oh,
Okay,
sure.
is that
Take
better?
all the time you need. It's a live show. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Right. Got a little bit of homework for you. Have you heard of Berkshire Hathaway Energy Holdings?
Berkshire Hathaway Energy Holdings.
They own Northern Power Grid, amongst other UK energy companies.
Is that right?
And they're owned by Berkshire Hathaway, which
Yes.
is a multinational conglomerate.
Isn't it just?
And another one of the UK energy companies is owned by Energy de France
That's right. France owns our electricity. Can you believe that?
and the US, and probably a few other places, right?
Yeah.
Probably India and China. And
Yeah, no doubt.
But I just wondered, do you know much about these multinational companies? How this multinational energy market actually works? Because I don't really know. I don't really do the homework now.
No. What I find a little confusing is if the price of gas and petrol and diesel and electricity and so on is gone up so much, how come the people that are providing it to us are making record profits? If they're having to pass on these costs to us, how come they're making more money? Because you'd think that unless they were actually doing it in order to scam us, then they would be losing too. But they don't appear to be doing that.
Exactly, because the ownership of this country, the owner is actually a multi-billionaire who's a philanthropist. He gives his money to various philanthropic projects like Bill Gates. Funds.
Yeah, you and I give money to a charity, or we help out somebody by flipping them 10 pence, and that's not considered much. If you're a billionaire, you are a philanthropist, which is a very long word, and it sounds very, very important, but it's them doing the same thing, but with probably less money than it would mean to us to give somebody a fiver.
Yeah.
Except they're talking about hundreds of millions of pounds, all of it, which I am sure is tax deductible.
Okay, one more thing, Nick.
Yes.
As you remember, Alex Harvey died 40 years ago on Friday.
Did he?
And I just wondered if you'd had any... Yeah, the 4th of February, 4th of February 1982.
Right.
I don't know if you remember, I was trying to write some lyrics about the Wine and Sleeves party the other week.
About the
I
what?
just wondered if the wine and cheese party, not wine and sleeves, the Tory sleeves party,
Oh, yeah.
the wine and cheese party.
Right.
I just
Are
wondered if
you
had
going
any-
to the party?
That's the one.
Going to the wine and cheese party.
Rock and roll! Yeah.
Right, well, I can't help you there. But I could sing
Okay,
it for
well,
you.
Maybe you could play Alex Harvey at the end of the show tonight.
Absolutely, that's what we're going to do. We're going to line it up right now. Alex, we are all day, all Alex Harvey station from now on. Thanks a lot, Keith. Excellent work. Good idea. One of the best live acts ever. First live act I ever saw. Alex Harvey, the sensational, and he was, the sensational Alex Harvey Band, and they were. Kevin tweets, what about the people that bought electric cars, and by next year their fuel costs will have doubled? Yeah, that's going to be really annoying. Yeah. Talking about massive profits, it is quite possible that if your energy provider is one of those that's bitten the dust, and the reason that they haven't made massive profits is because they didn't really have enough. They weren't. What's the word that financial people use? They weren't capitalised sufficiently. They had to buy energy ahead of time, and they didn't have the money for it. But these vast energy giants, they got tons of money. They have, and it's quite possible. If, like me, your energy provider is one of those ones that's bitten the dust, you've been heaped onto Shell. And you will be delighted to know that annual profits at energy giant Shell have surged to $17 billion. What? Not million, billion. And just to give you an idea, I'll do the seconds thing again, just to give you, some perspective. Actually, it's too much bleeping perspective. Name that film. I probably say that every time I say that. Name that film. 1 million seconds is... I can't remember exactly, so I'll make it up. I think it's about 11 days, 1 million seconds. 1 billion seconds is 37 years. So that just gives you some idea of the magnitude of what it is we're talking about. $17 billion profit. Aren't you happy for them? Shell said now it had plans to refund hard-pressed customers who have made those profits possible. I'm kidding. They're going on an $8.5 billion share buyback program and a 4% hike in dividends for the current quarter to reward investors and executives whose bonuses will probably be enough to cover their fuel bills from now until the end of time. The Labour Party reiterated its call for a windfall tax on North Sea energy firms to support hard-pressed consumers struggling with their bills. But hard-pressed consumers struggling with their bills said that sounds like socialism, and we don't want any of that around these parts. We'd prefer to freeze to death, they said. Stripping out one-off costs, Shell's earnings were $19.3 billion for the year, up almost $5 billion since 2020. Blimey. It comes at a time when prices on wholesale markets are running at about 4 times the level of a year ago. 400% up. They didn't actually have to do anything. They just sat there and watched as the prices skyrocketed. Shell was able to earn $8.88 for every 1,000 cubic feet of gas sold in the fourth quarter, up from $4.31 just 6 months earlier. Wow, wouldn't it be great? I mean, just imagine that if the service you provided had doubled in value in 6 months. Demand for oil has also bounced back after the pandemic, about 50% higher than this time last year. They didn't have to do anything about it. They just had to sit back and watch the price skyrocket. Richard Hunter, head of markets at Interactive Investor, said Shell has turned to form as it finds itself awash with cash. Awash with cash. Just think of all those happy millionaire share owners when you try to scrape enough coppers together from down the back of the sofa to heat a tin of beans for your dinner. They're awash with cash. Ed Miliband, out of the Labour Party, said North Sea oil and gas producers who've made a fortune recently should be asked to contribute. Well, who would deny that? The government. That is not what the government thinks. They've been very clear about that. You know, one of their favourite phrases. Very clear that they choose to encourage a multinational corporation's vast profits over your ability to heat and eat. The nation knew what it was voting for, and the nation could not be happier with their choice. But Labour's Shadow Treasury Chief Secretary Pat McFadden said Shell's bumper profits showed why a windfall tax was the best way to fund a support package for struggling families. Taking aim at Fishy Sunak, he said he's not asking the oil and gas companies who are making the most out of this to pay a single penny towards this. He said instead he's doing it on a buy now, pay later fashion. Yeah, exactly. The money that we're going to get from the government is a loan. We're going to have to pay it back. For Shell, the rises in gas prices and an 18% spike in the price at which its upstream business sold oil helped propel it to a $16.3 billion pre-tax profit in the fourth quarter. 3 months. $16.3 billion in 3 months. Wow. And if combined with the sale of a massive US oil field, they for $5.5 billion and $8.5 billion are going to be returned to investors. They're going to be buying back their shares, a share buyback scheme. And if you're thinking, well, those shareholders are probably children's charities or puppy rescue centres. No, I looked it up. The top 10 stockholders of Shell, are wealth asset management firms for the super rich. If you have to ask how much they charge to manage your wealth, you haven't got enough wealth for them to be interested in talking to you. Meanwhile, us poor dopes who've made all this possible, regulators say that the energy price cap's about to rise by 650 quid. The average household bill, nearly £2,000 shortly. £2,000. And at the same time, of course, the Bank of England is raising interest rates for the second month running, higher mortgage payments. We're about to face a rise in national insurance and council tax and other household bills. And what's our cashmere hoodie catalogue model Chancellor Fishy Sunak doing? Offering us a temporary rebate on our bills of around £200 that we've got to pay back.
Oh, fabulous.
Thanks, Fishy. You're the best. I bet you're wondering what other countries in Europe are doing. I mean, we don't seem to be doing much here. What are other countries in Europe doing, I wonder? Well, pretty much every country in the EU is reducing VAT on energy bills. A quarter are levelling windfall taxes on energy firms. France, Germany, Romania and Cyprus are mandating price restrictions on state-owned energy firms, and we're not doing any of that. Thank goodness that we aren't following the evil socialist European empire's example. We will starve in our hovels and we will freeze in our beds, and it will be glorious because we will be free of the shackles of the communist unelected elite in Brussels. Freedom! Sue texts, who did you vote for, Nick? What, you mean in the last general election? I think the last two times I voted, one was for the Lib Dems and one was for the Greenies. Groovy. The groovy Greenies. I think it was Lib Dems in the national and Greenies in the local. As you were asking, what's it got to do with you? Kevin texts, I suspect they've all left because they know there's something even worse pending that we don't know about yet. Yeah, I would be remotely surprised. I mean, if we know about everything that we know about... Shall I start that sentence again?
No.
You know the stuff that we know about? I bet there's more. If we know about the things that we know about, can you imagine the things that we don't know about? Nathan says, people used to talk about freedom as a singular abstract concept. Recently, people have started talking about freedoms, plurally, as if they are physical objects. When did freedoms become a commodity? I don't want to possess freedoms, I want to be free, says Nathan. I don't know, he sounds like the sort of person who should be in jail to me. Get Priti Patel on the phone. Got another one. M tweets, Johnson was only clapping in Downing Street to hide the sound of the party inside. Yeah, that's why he looked so dishevelled when he came out onto the doorstep there. He was, inside they were having a party. He's like, keep it down. I've got to go out and clap for some nurses. Nikki says, are you taking the Bank of England governor's advice and not asking for a pay rise this year? Well, asking isn't getting. So there's that. Nick texts, I have a prediction. Dominic Raab will be going on holiday in the next few weeks. During the last large world problem, Afghanistan, he was on his holidays. Bodger has weeks to go. Therefore, he will be our pin-up PM. Tan and all, God bless us, sad face, says Nick. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You get rid of Bodge, and who's it going to be? I would imagine that it'll be somebody even worse than he is. I mean, if it's going to be any of the cabinet of curiosities, we're screwed. So hopefully it'll be somebody from the outside. Is Benny Hill available? Apparently he's not answering the phone. Keep trying. We're desperate. Bodge has been told to sack Fishy, by the way. Fishy's been on manoeuvres, or so his the people have been writing up in the press for quite a while now. Highly suspect Fishy Sunak on manoeuvres. Get rid of him, Bodge. Boris Johnson has been told to sack Fishy after the Chancellor publicly rebuked the Prime Minister over his claim that Sir Keir Starmer failed to prosecute Jimmy Savile. But it wasn't much of a rebuke, really, more a sort of a cashmere swipe than a leather lash. Bodger is desperately trying to see off the growing threat of a vote of no confidence. Anybody have confidence in the Bodger?
No.
As many as 15 Tory MPs have publicly written letters. While the actual number is thought to be higher, because most do not make their actions known, they bravely say nothing. Wow, as many as 15 Tory MPs, really? And what are the rest of them thinking? Everything's going swimmingly? According to the Times newspaper, the Cabinet descended into civil war this week as one member called for the Prime Minister to sack Fishy Sunak, while a couple of others accused Fishy of being on manoeuvres, evidenced by his public criticism of the dear leader. Well, it couldn't be that the bodger actually justified some light criticism, could it? I mean, no, of course not. These days, if you tell the truth about someone, that's known as plotting. Isn't it great, eh?
Oh, fabulous.
Fishy Sunak publicly rebuked the PM, we are led to believe, over the false claim that Sir Keir failed to prosecute Jimmy Savile. Addressing the issue in a live broadcast on the cost of living crisis, Sunak said of Johnson's attack on Keir, I wouldn't have said it. That's what he said. That was a rebuke. I mean, it's not really a rebuke, as defined by express, sharp disapproval or criticism of someone because of their behaviour or actions. It's more like the sort of disapproval you'd express under your breath if your baby threw up on you. Well, I wouldn't have done that, you'd say. And wouldn't the baby have a shock if you did? Meanwhile, Health Secretary Super Sajman Jav said the Labour leader, Sir Keir, deserved absolute respect. RESPCET. For the job that he did as Director of Public Prosecutions. When asked about those comments, both the Super Saj and Fishy distanced themselves from themselves.
What?
Yeah, they said, no, I've got no idea. Sajid Javid said, I've got no idea who this Sajid Javid person is, and I can't approve of what he said in any way, shape or form. Never heard of him, he said. I mean, is there anyone in that Curiosity cabinet that's actually got a backbone? I mean, is there just one single person? Or are they all looking at the bottom line? All thinking about their ministerial car disappearing in a puff of smoke if anybody else gets to do the top job and sacks the lot of them. I mean, I think that Bodger's been doling out the Kool-Aid and they just can't get enough of it. Suitcases full of it they've gone through.
Booze.
Former Minister Nick Gibb, former minister yet, he said the time had come for the PM to go. And he suggested that Bodge had not been truthful in his explanations of parties reportedly held in Number 10 and across Whitehall during COVID measures. Not been truthful?
Yes.
Do you really think so? Gibb, who is reported to have submitted a no-confidence letter to Sir Graham Brady, brings the number of Tory MPs who have now publicly called for Johnson to get out to 15, which is pretty weak considering how many of them there are. 15, is that it? And I restate my case. What do the rest of them think? That everything's going just fine? Oh, he's doing a great job. The number's expected to be higher because they do it in secret. You know, they don't want to stick their necks out. And if the coup fails, they can say, we were rooting for you all along, Bodge. You're the best. What seems odd is that they don't think that the wildebeest has been injured enough to go in for the kill. I mean, what are they waiting for? A scandal? Read the news. He's up to his eyebrows in scandals. I mean, if it hasn't happened yet, if they're lying in the sand, if they haven't breached it yet, then it's hard to know what it is that they're actually waiting for. I mean, what has he got to do? Walk out into Piccadilly Circus and shoot someone? And it all comes as the Mirror reported that the Metropolitan Police have been handed a photograph of Boris Johnson holding a business beer at an alleged business rave in June 2020 to mark the PM's birthday. What do you think about that, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
I believe it. The newspaper said it was one of 300 photographs handed to the Met in their investigation into 12 alleged gatherings that may have broken COVID restrictions. Well, it's pretty hard even for the Met to claim that they lost 300 photographs and there's no evidence of any wrongdoing on any of them. But I expect they'll try and find a way. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Shocking. I can't believe it. Let's have a call in Regent's Park. Vance.
Hi, Nick. Thank you very much for keeping me sane and the rest of the country. Nick, I just want to go make a few comments on Gove's white paper that came out this week, on levelling up. It starts, as you've mentioned, by analysing very successful entrepreneurial societies in history, right? He talks about Jericho, and then he talks about the key example, Renaissance Florence, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And in doing this, Gove is once again trying to cast himself as the brains in this miserable government. He did the same last year, didn't he, when he likened levelling up to Roosevelt's New Deal. Do you remember that? He gave a lecture, a whole 1 hour lecture on that.
On the New Deal?
Yeah.
Did
he
An hour?
An hour lecture on, likening levelling up with Roosevelt's New Deal.
Well, Roosevelt's New Deal, I mean, I don't know anything about history or anything else for that matter, but that was all about bridges and roads, wasn't it? That was about putting people from the Dust Belt and the Rust Belt and the dams. Yes, the dams. Yeah.
It was a really big deal, actually, much, much bigger than levelling up.
Yeah.
I just want to point out a few points. When they sort of say, we should look at Renaissance Florence to see how we can do it now, they get Renaissance Florence completely wrong. I'm a historian, okay? I happen to know that some of the key features of Renaissance Florence were, firstly, they had proper apprenticeships for craftsmen. Do you remember what apprenticeships looked like?
No. The only thing I know about Florence is that the people with the money, the Medicis, were so spectacularly rich that they had to build their own bridges so that they didn't go on street level because the population was so furious with them.
That's right.
For hogging all the cash. So I would be unsurprised if that's what he had in mind, like a whole separate level of walkway that the super rich could occupy, so they didn't have to rub shoulders with oiks like you and me.
Yeah, exactly. Another feature of Florence, though, Renaissance Florence, was that they had huge hospitals with huge levels of staffing.
Right.
Not like our miserable NHS nowadays. They had really well-staffed big hospitals because their main job was to patch up craftsmen when they got injured so that they could go back to work quickly.
I did not know that. This is an educational show, isn't it?
No. It is, I'm afraid to say so. And the third thing that's nuts is that Gove is trying to compare Brexit. He's trying to say Brexit is a new renaissance. What codswallop? I mean, it's total codswallop from this snakeskin politician pretending to be an intellectual. It just makes me sick.
Yeah, I think that is that's the mood of the day. A certain biliousness. All right, thanks a lot, Vance. Best sandwiches ever, by the way, in Florence. The last holiday I had was about, I don't know, 10 years ago, something like that. I took 3 days in Florence. Oh, wow. The sandwiches there are absolutely sensational. I've never, if I could eat just one meal for breakfast, lunch and dinner for the rest of my life, I would choose that. Arrived there on a Sunday night and just wandering up a lane towards the main square where, I can't remember what the main square is, but, the main square in Florence. Up a little alleyway, everything was closed, because Italy doesn't do that whole 24 hours a day thing, or Florence specifically. Every single thing was closed. I was absolutely blooming starving. You arrive in somewhere you get the flight on Sunday, you arrive on Sunday evening, and you haven't eaten since Heathrow. And what you ate in Heathrow wasn't that great.
Disgusting.
And so you're just absolutely ravenous. And the only thing that was open was sort of it's kind of like a hole in the wall, tiny little place. But good vibes were just pouring out of it. People were hanging around outside on the street, and they were eating sandwiches and they were drinking wine. And I thought, wow, okay then, let's go in here and see what's happening. They had a board of sandwiches, maybe 10 sandwiches. You just pointed at one and they made it up for you. And I am not kidding. It was probably the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. It was focaccia bread. What? Focaccia bread with meats and cheeses and a little unctuous sauce in there. It was so good that I went back the next day and had it again, and then for lunch, and then again in the evening, and then again for lunch the next day, and then again in the evening, and then on the last day, with maybe a half an hour to spare to get out of the flat that I was renting and get the cab to the airport, I ran to the sandwich shop just to get one last sandwich so I could take it with me on the plane. Oh, and I looked it up on TripAdvisor because I thought I must tell people about this place. It's absolutely incredible. And at the time, I don't know what its rating is now, but at the time, it also happened to be the #1 rated eatery in Florence. So, every now and again, you can trust the wisdom of the crowd. I'd go back there just to eat that sandwich again. Oh, so yummy. And what does Steve Allen bring the troops to eat? Apples. Ugh. No one wants to eat that, Steve. John emails, Bodger has a new friend. Appointed Guto to gaslight you journalists as if Nadine was not enough. Oh. Should we talk about Nadine, Doris? Oh, all right then. In a minute. Not now, in a minute. Kilburn. Hello, Joseph.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Yes.
Your favourite focaccia restaurant is online.
Is it?
Al Antico
that's right.
Vineo.
Yeah, something like that. Al Antico, something or
There's
other.
even a photo of it, Nick. You can have a look at a man chomping on it.
Oh, there it is, right there on my
Yes.
screen. Look
Well
at
done.
that sandwich. Wow.
Oh, you're home from home, Nick.
It's got meat and cheese and pesto and pine nuts and, oh.
Maybe they can get a scooter and bring it to you.
Wouldn't that be fabulous? I'd pay an enormous amount of money to eat one of those again. I'd actually fly
Can I
to
just-
Florence just on the way to somewhere else just to eat that sandwich.
Can I just join your other listeners, Nick, and congratulate you on keeping us all sane in these awful times?
All right, thanks a lot,
You're doing
Joseph.
A very sterling job, or should I say non-Euro job.
Yeah, non-Euro job, yeah. Good work. Thanks, Joseph. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. There's another sandwich right there. Doesn't that look fabulous? Look at it. It's perfection. I could stare at that all night long. You better take that off my screen because I'm getting super hungry right now. Oh, go on, put it back. No, don't. Take it away again. I won't be able to think of anything else. So yummy. I am not kidding. It's the best sandwich I've ever had by a considerable margin. Why can't anybody else make a sandwich like that? I mean, every other sandwich that I've ever had is dull by comparison. Why is it so hard? I mean, they make their own bread in that tiny little hole in the wall, and they just slice their own meats, and they squish their own cheese in it, and they squirt some Parmesan. Not Parmesan. Yeah, pesto. Parmesan pesto all over it. Lovely. And it's huge and gloopy and messy, and it'll go all the way down your front, and you'll be sucking the juice out of your shirt. It's so good. And what do we get? What do we get here? 2 curled up pieces of foamy bread with some desultory squirt of of salad cream with a slice of boiled egg on it. Who wants to eat that? Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good evening. How are we doing?
Good, thanks.
Got a couple of things for you. We appear to be copying, rather alarmingly, the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
We've even got our very own Marjorie Taylor Nadine.
It's also, what would Donald Trump do? I keep saying it over and over again. Nobody's paid. Is this thing on? Hello?
Is that woman drunk, or does she just sway a lot?
I don't think that she's drunk. She did appear to be standing on a Bosu ball when I saw her being interviewed in the Houses of Parliament. She did, like I said yesterday, you remember a weeble? They wobble, but they don't fall down. Yeah, a little bit like that.
As a kid.
Maybe she was just emotional.
Well, I think she's infatuated for some reason. I think Carrie's got a bit of competition there.
I don't believe that Carrie has anything to worry about. Boris Johnson is nothing if not abstemious when it comes to playing away. There's no evidence that he has ever done anything of the sort, apart from all of the evidence.
Well, at least she's post-menopausal, I would have thought.
Oh, so, okay. Well, let's not get carried away, Simon. What is it that you called about?
Right, so just a couple of other things. Apparently this levelling up paper, right? I saw online, there was a couple of journalists talking about it. Now, I'm going to state that this is true, although it may be wrong, okay? But it certainly suits the narrative. He has dreams of being referred to lovingly, and...
Who's he?
Johnson.
Right.
Giving people money or spending money on things and having statues and monuments built to honour him.
Yeah.
Right? The other thing is...
If only we could find enough brass, somebody would be doing it right now.
Wow. The other thing is, in the levelling paper, you know how he likes to have things named after him?
Yes. Boris Bridge, Boris Island, Boris Bikes, Boris.
Well, house prices are going to take a tumble because he's going to build Boris Boroughs.
Boris Boroughs?
Yep. And the last thing I've got, which is quite a positive thing, I think, is I was watching a conference last night with Andy Burnham and some other people, and Andy Burnham is extremely pro-UBI. So we need to get that man into power.
Universal Basic Income.
Yep.
Right. Which is
that man to be in power.
Which is described as socialism because it would benefit the many. But when it's an enormous amount, when it would be like the same amount of money but benefiting a few, then that's just good business sense. All right, thanks a lot, Simon. Here's the Go's levelling up agenda. Increase employment, pay and productivity across the UK. Right, okay. How are you going to do that then? Public transport across the UK is to be close to the standard of London's. What, unreliable, you mean? There is to be a significant reduction in the rates of illiteracy and innumeracy across the UK. Right, well, how are you going to do that then? There's to be a significant increase in the number of people completing higher level skills training. There's to be a narrowing of discrepancies across the regions in healthy life expectancy. Well, how are you going to do that then? There's going to be an improvement in perceived well-being across the UK. What, HAPPY-ness? There's going to be a rise in pride in place in all areas of the UK. Oh my God, they're going to wrap themselves in flags. There's to be an increase in the first-time house buyers across the UK. How are you going to do that then? And there's going to be a fall in crime, especially violent crime. He's going to just magic it up. You know, if only we had not suffered through the last 11 years of a Labour government under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn, then this Conservative administration would not have to have a levelling up agenda because they'd have done it already. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's right. It wasn't them, was it? Levelling up? What are they waiting for? They've been in a position to level us up for the past 11 years. Only now they think, oh, I know. Let's do something for the little people, not leprechauns. You believe that? Bill says, could we have a national holiday on your birthday? August is a great time to get an extra day. It is a great time to get an extra day. They have to put it in the summertime. If they're going to give us another bank holiday, they have to put it in the summertime. When the living is fine, or however that goes. Get Mungo Jerry on the phone. They know all about that. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, you were talking about the children's Christmas wish list just before the news there. They're levelling up.
Oh, that, yeah.
I actually took the trouble to read it all, which is quite strange when you read it all, because it's like Lisa and Andy said, is that it? There's about...
It's just a load of I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, and there's about 70 pages of it is analysis of why we need to level up. Right. And it analyses things like Russell Universities, if you get a first or a second, are you more likely to move for a job than if you've got a second or a third? And I'm not joking, if you went to a Russell University and you've got a first or a 2-1, yeah, are you more likely to move to London than if you've got a 2-2 or a third? And it analyses that.
Well, that's ridiculous. If you go to Russell University, you're probably going to move to London. It's more likely than not that you'll move to London, I would imagine.
Absolutely. There's 70 pages of it, and if I set you a 100-question test on it, you'd get 100 right. It's ridiculous. But then the other bit that really disturbed me was that there's about 50 pages on how authorities need to merge and what format that needs to go into to get themselves a mayor. They have to set themselves up a cabinet. They have to use the government data collection system to analyse what they need before they can apply for levelling up money.
I seriously doubt that this administration is remotely interested in actually ceding control to some locally elected body. I just don't believe it. What they will do, I imagine, if it is any sort of plan that is going to come to fruition, it'll be so that they can blame the local elected body for what it is that central government is responsible for.
Precisely, and it would take years and years, if not a decade, to actually set these systems up. And where I live, you've got East Yorkshire is very conservative. You've got Hull is very Labour. And to come together to form 500,000 people to get the grants, they would have to combine. And they've both done the Charles de Gaulle bit, and they both said, no, we're not doing that. Absolutely no way, no how. And we've only just got rid of Humberside, which combined North Lincolnshire with the north of the Humber, because the Humberside thing, if there was an incineration plant, on the north we said, no, you can have that on the south bank. But if there was a factory going to get built, we said, we want the factory, you can't have that. So Humberside had to be dismantled because it didn't work. The whole thing, the way it's been set up, there's been billions poured into that report, and it's meaningless. It can't work, Nick.
We know where that sort of devolved thing is going, because you just look at your council. The council is now responsible for the care budget, but they are dependent on central government to fund that care budget. And the central government has now defunded that budget. They have given them less and less and less and less money, but the people are now blaming the council and for what is for them coming up short, rather than central government, who is actually responsible. You remember those two Fisher persons that were on a boat? They were being interviewed by a bloke just before the last general election. They said, well, we're voting the Conservative party because Labour's just been disastrous. They've taken the police off the streets, and they've closed the magistrates' courts, they've closed the police stations, and the hospitals are been defunded. And they just listed all of these things that are actually the responsibility of central government, the Conservatives, and they've been blaming Labour because they happen to have a Labour council, completely misunderstanding the entire way in which their services are funded, which I imagine is the plan. That's the exact outcome that the Conservative Party would have wanted. They are depriving us, but we are blaming the people who haven't been in power for the last 11 years. And that we're actually buying that. It tells you nothing good about us.
Well, it's exactly the same principle as they're offloading the problem of the dinghies onto the Navy.
Right.
So that everyone blames the Navy and not the government. Well, the government are offloading the problems onto other people to take the rubbish for, instead of accepting the responsibility themselves. Yeah. Or is that just Johnson? Like, maybe.
Almost exactly in the same way that we actually unload our rubbish onto other countries. Like, literally. We put it in put it in giant boats and then send it to, Turkey. I think we were sending it to Turkey for a while there before they said, right, that's it. We don't want anyone. We've got enough rubbish here to be getting along with ourselves. Never mind about yours.
Yeah, but just one last quick one. Munira Mirza, do you think she really resigned over the one comment about Jimmy Savile? Because she put up with Owen Patterson, she put up with the Boris Bridge, she put up with Jennifer Arcuri, she put up with...
All of these people that have just said, right, that's it, I'm leaving. I find it a little unusual that only now do they realise the calibre of the person that they're working for. I mean, some of them have been working for him for 10 years or more. You didn't realise before who he is? Come on. All right, thanks.
I don't believe it's enough for her to leave. I think it's she's put up with that much and seen so much go wrong. That one thing, it just seems completely disingenuous to me that she's blaming the one thing.
Yeah, I think they all protest too much. Thanks, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Mal tweets, Boris Johnson makes 2 excellent choices for new members of staff. His first steps in draining the civil service swamp and paving the way towards winning the 2024 general election. Doesn't that sound exactly like a Trump fan? In other words...
I love the poorly educated.
Draining the swamp. It's also what would Donald Trump do? Curious that if you peered hard enough, you might actually believe that the Republican Party and the Conservative Party are actually funded by the same people. I think if you drew a Venn diagram, that you would have intersecting circles. In fact, one circle might be completely inside the other. Adrian emails, an extra bank holiday is well and good, apart from the fact that most of us will have to sit at home and stare at the wall. After the energy price increases, nobody will have any money to go anywhere. I've always found bank holidays to be kind of irritating. I mean, perhaps because I don't have a proper job and... it doesn't actually make any difference to me. I always find it just annoying. Easter is the worst. Because you've got an entire weekend that just comes up on you out of the blue because you're not expecting any presents, so you're not like counting down the days. It's not like Christmas. And then you find, oh, I really need to go and, put the car in the garage or, get new tyres or to do the shopping at the supermarket, and you can't because there's an entire 4 days where everything just shuts down. Or it's so busy. I mean, people treat it like it's the end of the world, and they have to get all of their provisions to last them from Easter till Christmas. So going to the supermarket is like a war zone. I just find them annoying. But like I said, it's because I don't have a normal job. I do this abnormal job. Newham. Hello, Stuart. Stuart?
Hello?
Yes, Stuart.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
That's very nice. It's nice to speak to you, sir. Basically, what I'm phoning up about is, and I'm actually a female, that's my surname I'm using. I'm really upset about this government right now because obviously it was $5 billion on a failed business loans. They've just went and just basically chucked it all out into the open, right? So basically, Andy's just took $5 billion, and then we had the failed PPE, the failed track and trace. Forget about the wallpaper and forget about the party scandal. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir? So, I mean, if you add all them numbers up, right, we could add like 3 hospitals and 12 schools, and that includes staff as well.
Right.
You do your numbers.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, but thanks for the suggestion.
But I think you should.
Thinking
I'm
isn't
not surprised
getting.
to say the least that the people are leaving him.
Yeah.
Because it's a sinking ship.
Right. Yeah. Well, the rats will desert a sinking ship, no doubt about it.
Would you stay and bail out the water, or would you stay with him?
I would. Those options are both the same. Would I stay and bail out the water or stay with him? That's the same option.
Would you be in a sinking ship? Would you try and repair something? No,
I'd.
Or would you save
I would wave down a passing boat and leap into the water and swim to it straight away, because that ship's going down. All right, thanks a lot, Stuart. Yeah, the amount of money that this government wastes is absolutely staggering. Outside of wartime, this pandemic has probably been the most ideal opportunity to transfer vast sums of public money into the pockets of the rich and shameless. There's a story about bounce-back loans fraud. I mean, the amount of money that's just been chucked away is just absolutely staggering. It's like they're chucking our money around like drunken sailors. It's a big, long story, this. I'll give you a bit of it. I'll skip around. Anthony Cross QC, a former chairman of the Criminal Bar Association, spent 40 years prosecuting and defending, is now a judge, made headlines by delivering a courtroom speech demanding an inquiry into the circumstances that resulted in the ringleaders of a violent crime gang getting their hands on £145,000 of your money in a COVID bounce-back loan. One of the crooks who ran an international chop shop operation that stole and exported luxury cars to the Middle East, despite the fact that he had 48 previous offences on his criminal record, including a 4-year jail term for drug dealing, was able to obtain a 50 grand state-backed loan. I mean, you'd think that there'd be some sort of signal that would come up.
Warning, warning!
But apparently not. The money was wired to his company in the early months of the pandemic. It was purportedly a Wigan car dealership which had never filed accounts, never submitted a tax return, and there were no records of it being registered for VAT. Other than that, it looked completely legal in every way, shape and form. And another £95,000 in loans were given to his accomplice. They were paid into bank accounts that they'd opened just days earlier on behalf of two Oldham firms. This week it emerged that as much as £17 billion in bounce-back loans may never be repaid. What? 17 billion. With anything up to $5 billion of those losses estimated to be related to fraud. I'll do the what's a billion thing again, just in case you're still stunned from hearing it first time round. Just to give you some perspective, 1 million seconds is about 11 days. 1 billion seconds is about 37 years. That's how much more a billion is than a million. 17 billion pounds of your money just went out and may never come back again. Where it went, nobody knows. Still, it's only cash. The shambolic state of affairs prompted the resignation of Lord Agnew of Alton, a successful businessman who was Minister for Efficiency and Transformation. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
He stepped down, complaining that oversight of COVID loans was nothing less than woeful. Nothing less than woeful should be the regime's new lectern slogan. You should get that printed up, Bodge. The roots of the scandal stretch back to May 2020, when small companies, decimated by the first lockdown, found themselves struggling to stay afloat, reports the Mail. With bankruptcies threatening the economy, Chancellor Fishy Sunak instructed banks to hand out loans of up to 50 grand. Recipients were allowed to self-certify. I feel like a dope for not self-certifying myself. I mean, it's free money. We find out later. No interest would be charged for a year. It would then only be 2.5%. Repayments could be put off for 18 months. And if anyone defaulted, the government would refund the banks for losses. Well, of course. I mean, we wouldn't want the banks to lose any money, would we?
No.
Of course not. Flaws emerged, most revolving around the simple fact that the government effectively guaranteeing loans meant that the banks had little incentive to check that applicants' information was correct, or whether they could afford to pay the money back. They didn't care. They were going to get the banks were going to get their cash, whatever happened. As a result, more than 1,000 of the firms given loans had not even been trading when COVID struck, just months before. They just were invented out of nowhere, and they said, please can we have some money? And the government said, yeah, all right then. The scale of the wrongdoing is only now becoming apparent. There are few, if any, safeguards to stop one person applying for multiple loans using several inactive companies registered to the same address. Nobody bothered to check the names against a criminal database. Anyone with a firm registered at company's house and a linked bank account which is a demographic that includes every successful money launderer in the UK, says the Mail, could access tens of thousands of pounds. A drug kingpin purchased cocaine for 40 grand and distributed it across the northwest. A 25 grand bounce-back loan secured in 2020, despite the fact that the company had never filed accounts, was given to a drugs kingpin of your money. He used it to buy cocaine. 2 people from Russia and Lithuania were arrested on suspicion of using fake businesses to launder cash for gangs. They claim bounce-back loans to the tune of a combined £10 million.
What?
And assorted fraudsters, con men, brothel owners, hitmen, gangland killers, and catfishing romance phonies, all made off with billions of pounds of your money, presided over by the Party of Fiscal Responsibility. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Howard texts, being able to get rid of VAT on energy bills doesn't mean that they would do it. That's how Snidey, Boris and Gove, registered rogue politicians, act. Well, that's exactly right. I mean, that's the sort of get-out clause that they say, oh, you know that bus with the 350... We didn't say we were going to spend £350 million on the NHS. We just said that we could. Right. It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard promising that they were going to do something, but they'd crossed their fingers behind their back. That's the bit you missed. More fool us. Yeah, Bodger and Michael Gove in 2016 just said, as long as you vote to leave the European Union, we'll scrap VAT on your household energy bills. Except they didn't actually say that. They said they would be able to. And then they didn't. Having previously pledged to spend Britain's annual EU contribution on our priorities, like the NHS, Vote Leave campaigners on the 1st of June 2016 argued that leaving the EU will allow ministers to bin the unfair and damaging £2 billion a year tax on gas and electricity prices. Writing in The Sun, Mr Gove and Mr Johnson promised that fuel bills will be lower for everyone. Right. George Osborne said, more fantasy economics from Vote Leave. Leaving the EU would lead to a smaller economy, a hole in public finances and higher taxes, said George Osborne. Hey, that's Project Fear. Turns out Project Fear was Project Fact. No benefits from Brexit so far, unless you know otherwise, in which case you can correct me. Not one single one. 0 benefits. Only downsides, no up. Cambridge, hello, Debbie.
Good evening, Nick.
Debbie.
What about the 74 million we're sending to Ukraine? Where on earth does that come from?
74 million?
So we're all facing a massive NI. Well, we're not massive, but it is massive. 1.25% NI. All this fuel debacle that's going on, and goodness knows what else.
Right.
Where is this 74 million come from to Ukraine? And I get that we are part of NATO, but why on earth are we sending them £74 million? What are they going to do with it?
Buy comics and sweets.
Well, I don't know what Boris Johnson's about. I mean, I've met the bloke, and he is a charmer, and that's all I'll say about him.
Right.
He's a bumbler. He's a bumbler. He's a charmer.
In what way did he charm you?
Well, it's an old story. So a friend of mine knew a politician who said to me, if you want to meet Boris, this is years ago, I'm going up to London this weekend. I went to the House of the Parliament. I met him. I had tea with him. And he was all very, very nice. And now, I was won over by him.
You had tea with him?
I had a cup of tea. By his personality. And then, God forgive me, I voted for him. And now I want to just chop my own head off.
Well, that seems a bit extreme, Debbie.
Well,
you don't have to go that far. You can just be disappointed with yourself.
I'm very disappointed with myself. Right. I really am.
So how did he go about tea then? Did he pour? Did he get somebody else to pour? Or?
Oh no, we had somebody to. Oh gosh, good Lord, man.
Right.
We had somebody to pour.
Right.
But it was just all very, very nice. But all the way through, he was and I was just won over by him. I'd read his autobiography. I knew all about his background, his marriage to Allegra.
Right.
His fact that his father was an eccentric and used to drive a tank around London. And I just thought it was charming.
So, and when he was having tea, what's his eating habits like?
Yeah, fine, absolutely fine. But all the while, he was just charming me, and I feel such an idiot now. I really do.
I know how he does it. He does that sort of eye thing. I've seen him do it to female and sometimes male journalists in order to
get them on side.
Yeah, to disarm them. He does that sort of. I don't know. He just switches it on and off. It's like googly eyes. I don't know quite how to describe it. Almost like a look of love. Or we're sharing a secret, just you and me, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like I say, he's just he was charming. So, but I want to know, where does this money come from?
Where is this £74 million you're talking about?
I don't know.
Where did you read about it?
Oh, I've just seen it it's just been on the news that he's giving this 74 million to the Ukraine to help them. Help them with what? What are we helping them with?
Well, I don't see where this £74 million it is that you're referring to is coming from. And we're sending some troops and weaponry and, all that good, exciting defence stuff, which isn't actually defence at all, it's attack, which is one of the things that we do for a living.
You'll have to Google it. It's on mainstream media.
Do anything of the sort. Google it. Homework.
All right, then not Google it. Just whatever. Search engine it. Whatever.
Okay. Consort. I must be missing something, but the news was that Her Majesty the Queen has made a momentous intervention and has declared that when Chaz becomes our dear leader, then his wife, Camilla, is going to be the consort. Well, that just means married to the king, doesn't it? So wasn't she going to be... I mean, they got married, right? I didn't dream that. So she would have been anyway. What difference does it make? I don't get it. A spouse, concubine, or companion, in particular the spouse of a reigning monarch. Queen consort, wife of a reigning king. I mean, she was going to be that anyway. I don't understand what's just happened. What's just happened? I'm looking it up on the internet, which is very unusual for me because it does constitute actual work. What does it mean to be a royal consort? Wife of a reigning king. Well, that's what she would be. I think it's all over for the royal family after the Queen goes, because the thing that she's got that nobody else has got is mystery. Chaz ain't got no mystery about him because he just says too many things about too many subjects, much of which he's right about, and he does a good jam. But nobody can remember a single thing that the Queen has ever said on any given subject, apart from the Annus Horribilis thing, and it was just a bit of a shock to hear her say Annus. That's why people can remember that. But you can't think of a single thing she's ever said in any other subject at all, ever. So she's got mystery, like Hollywood stars used to have, when none of them had Twitter feeds and they all, it's like they're up on a pedestal. That's what she's like. But Chaz, no. And when it comes to Wills and What's-It, oh goodness me, no. So it's a slow fade out. Actually, it'll probably be quite a big fade out, quite quick. After Chaz becomes the king. I mean, just your royal majesty. I mean, it's just so utterly ridiculous. But I don't think we'll have to put up with it for too much longer. Stanwell. Hello, Michael.
Hello there, Nick. How are you doing?
Hello there, Michael. Very well, thanks.
Good stuff. Yeah, I was just listening to the last lady that phoned in to sort of say how much of a charmer Boris was, and which he does to the public, and even in PMQs, he gets asked questions and then he deflects it and starts talking about something else.
Yeah.
But when he was interviewed by the select committee, in 2001 in November, he's a completely different person, and you see him getting angry when he's asked questions that he has to answer, that he can't answer. And you see the real Boris.
Yeah, he lashes out when he's under attack.
When he's cornered, he becomes the person that he really is. And the problem is, the people that voted for him don't look at that. They don't see that. It's only people that want to see how he really is.
Well, they don't see that much. I mean, what you see is him being, doing his charming act, which has worked for him his entire life. It doesn't mean any of it. And when he does those googly eyes at the at interviews, and you can see him do it all the time. He widens his eyes as though he's sharing a little secret between you and him, and it does turn his inquisitor a bit jelly-like. I mean, he's got this thing about him that you can just turn it on and off. It's an act, and it's a pretty good one. But that's not who he is, as you described. He is this angry, raging bloke. He's Flashman. We've elected the school bully.
Yep, and for anybody that really wants to see how he is, they need to look at Parliament TV or on YouTube, the Select Committee in November 2021, when he was asked by a female, I can't remember her name, a politician, what have you done for women since, and all he kept ignoring, that and saying, well, look how many women we have in Parliament. Right. And she was saying, but you said you was going to do stuff for women. What have you done?
Well, I've married enough of them, he'll say.
Well, for sure. And he's got enough children that he can't remember the names of, obviously. But he's not a very nice person. He pretends that he is, but he's really, really not a very nice person.
I don't think that you can be a very nice person and access the top job, can you? I mean, can you really be a nice person and get to the very top?
I believe you can. But I believe that there are different ways of doing it, and unfortunately, the reasons he got the top job were the wrong reasons why he got the top job. Right. It wasn't because he was elected, because his morals and his ideas were the right ideas. He got the job because the Conservative Party knew he could get Brexit done, and that's what the majority of the people that voted wanted done. And it's all wrong, and we can see now with the tailbacks and Northern Ireland that it was all definitely the wrong idea.
Right.
Anyway,
he persuaded just enough people to vote against their best interests, sure. That's the secret of his success.
Exactly.
All right, thanks a lot, Michael. Of course, it's probably Carrie's fault, or at least that's what we're being led to believe now. So many stories coming out with, oh, well, never mind about poor Boris. Poor Boris. Same kind of thing as Hazard and Sparkles. When Prince Harry decided that he couldn't stand it anymore and he wanted to just fly away. The press were, as with one voice, were treating him like a little puppy dog. Oh, poor Harry. He's had his mind turned by Cruella de Marco. That witch has stolen him away. No! That's been their story of attack ever since. This was in the Mail today. Tory MPs have warned of a blitz of deeply unpleasant attacks on Carrie Johnson. Boris Johnson's political opponents are said to be preparing a brutal briefing campaign to discredit his wife in a bid to topple his premiership at the end of a tumultuous week. One Tory source said, Carrie has been the target of an increasingly brutal briefing campaign to discredit her. It's deeply unpleasant. Mr. Johnson's allies said that. Allies, plural. Plural. Allies. Plural? Does that sound right? Johnson's allies are reportedly furious that his wife will become a principal target for rebels. One explained, going for his family is a new low. Yeah, I think a new low should actually be the new government three-part slogan. You should stick that on one of your lecterns, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Another Johnson ally said, attacking the PM is fair enough, but going for his family is a new low. Huh. So that's two allies repeating the same phrase, almost as though they'd been told to learn their lines and then repeat them for the press. A new low, you say? Well, I mean, that does sound awful, and it is quite right for the Mail to be highlighting these attacks. Just out of curiosity, where would you read about the attacks on Bodger's wife that the Mail are highlighting if you wanted to read them? That's right, in the Mail.
What?
The same newspaper that is telling us how horrible it is that people are having a go at Bodger's current wife is the same paper that is printing those attacks. Surprised?
No.
Carrie Antoinette's growing influence in Whitehall has become a central talking point in a bombshell biography published by Tory peer Lord Ashcroft. The explosive book will portray Mr. Johnson as little more than a puppet of his wife Carrie, like a puppet on a string. Get Sandy Shaw on the phone. She'll tell us.
Rock and roll!
Apparently the dear leader enrages his advisers by allowing his wife to influence policies and appointments. It's all her fault. I ain't done nothing, explained the most powerful man in the country.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, you could set your watch by it. Same as, like I said, with Hazza and Sparkles. It weren't Harry. Our lovely puppy got stolen by that evil woman. And now he's a woke hippie. And he's abandoned our country. It's always Lady Macbeth who gets the bad press. I mean, OK, she forced her husband to kill the king, but what's a little regicide between friends? The explosive book by Lord Ashcroft presents Bodger as a weak Prime Minister who enrages his advisers by allowing his wife to influence policies and appointments. The Tory peer claims Mr. Johnson, 57, blimey, he's younger than I am. Look at the state of him. Bodger is completely mesmerised by his 33-year-old wife and cuts a lonely figure surrounded by her close friends who are now among his most influential aides. Oh, please. The biography of Mrs. Johnson. Bizarre thing to write. Why would you write a biography of the PM's wife? She's 33. What's she done so far that could fill a book? But anyway, the biography of Mrs. Johnson advances the theory that fault lines in her relationship with the PM have had an impact on Number 10, with one source describing it as a Greek tragedy. Oh yeah? Which one? Is it the one where a superior, entitled rich bloke who's never had to do a thing to get the riches and praise lathered all over him, and who's a serial love cheat and an inveterate liar and has gotten away with it his whole life, finally gets his comeuppance when he achieves the highest office in the land and people realise he's not fit to run a bath? So he gets slung out and makes £100 million from the super-rich who made out like gangbusters during his reign. Is that the Greek tragedy that you're talking about? Dave Tex, is it true that the government can change the VAT on anything they want now that we are not controlled by the EU? They just don't want to. Well, when we were in the EU, the government could change the VAT on anything they want. But I'm not going down that route again. If you don't know that after 5-6 years of on and on and on and on and on and on and on about it, if that hasn't sunk in yet, then I'll give in. Woolwich, hello, Richard.
Good evening there. Oh, you just put an idea into my head. Maybe
Oh no, sorry about that.
yeah. Next, yeah, but maybe maybe what they were doing in the Downing Street garden was sort of a libations thing, because you mentioned the Greek tragedies, and wasn't it in Greek tragedy where they used to pour booze on the earth to sort of heal the nation? And maybe that's what they were doing, because we were in this state of sickness.
Yeah, I think you actually have to pour the booze directly from the bottle, not drink it and then throw up. That doesn't count.
Nick, I very quickly just wanted to say that the European Union, for me, is the ultimate levelling up project. I mean, this massive document that they produce, which is hacked from all over the place, and a sort of pseudo-intellectual document. It's really, you've got a living, breathing example of levelling up. It's the European Union. Because the European, what do? They take money from the more wealthy nations and they redirect it in order to build the more needy parts, including parts of Britain.
Robin Hood, yeah,
maybe. But they also came up with some really good ideas about corporation tax and about not having any sort of dodgy money anywhere. I mean, they came up with some really good ideas, which are all about levelling up the continent so so it could be a fair trading nation. And I just find it ironic that we pulled out of that system in order to kind of say we're levelling up, and we're not really levelling up at all.
I think that the people in the areas that were in receipt of those EU structural funds, this pot of money that the EU used to spread about areas in great need, those people in those areas, like Wales and the north and Cornwall and places like that, they will eventually, I suppose, come to realise that they were actually beneficiaries of being in the European Union, and that the EU only used to spread the money around those areas because the government of this country failed to do so. And if they think that the government of this country, after 11 years, has had this sort of conversion into believing in the plight of the poor, well, I've got a bridge over the Thames I'd like to sell you.
Bingo, absolutely. And there's no better tragedy than that. I mean, if we're talking about tragedy tonight, there's the tragedy. The idea that people will convince to vote for something which was voting against them, being told that it was all about levelling up, when in fact the very system they were in was all about levelling up in a really remarkable way.
Yeah, and by getting out of that system, it's going to make their lives worse, not better. Unfortunately, they are in the position of not being able to come to admit it to themselves even, because it's too much loss of face. They've been had, and you can't. It's very embarrassing to admit even to yourself that you've been had, because it doesn't really say very much that's positive about you.
No, yeah, absolutely. So those were my reflections. Just the tragedy of the night is beyond even this silly biography. It goes to something really rotten in our country. Yeah.
But they knew what they were voting for, or at least that's what I've been told about 1,000 times. All right, thanks a lot, Richard. 0345 6060 973. Splaining about that consort thing, Andre texts, Camilla is going to be Queen Consort instead of Princess Consort. Therefore, her title will be Queen Camilla. Queen Camilla. Everybody on board with that? I mean, just think of who they are, and you, if you met them, would have to call them Your Majesty. Do they seem majestic in any way? Chaz and what's it? Not really. I mean, they don't instill awe in the people who are gazing upon them. Not me, anyway. I just can't get past it. It's just also utterly ridiculous. I mean, it's okay for the Queen, I guess, because she's been there forever and everybody thinks positively about her. But when the crown gets passed on, I just can't see it continuing for very long, can you? Oh, it's all over when the crown gets passed on. Because there ain't no mystery there no more. I mean, Chaz is the bloke that chunters on about vegetables all the time. What's mysterious about that? Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Hello, Nick.
Nick.
It strikes me as passing strange that people are suggesting that it's enemies of Boris that are briefing against Carrie, because the argument that this is all Carrie's fault and has nothing to do with poor Boris is helping Boris.
That's right.
It seems to me that those that are briefing against his wife are his friends and allies.
Yeah, I would think so.
ordinarily, most people, most men would not do that to their wives. But
Well,
given Boris's
here's another
history of
thought.
relationship-
Here's another thought. Maybe it's his actual wife who's trying to take a bit of heat off of him and bring it onto herself a little bit. No, probably not.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's just thrown her under the bus, along with all of anybody else he could find in order to try and keep the bus off him.
Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, he does seem to lash out when cornered, doesn't he?
Yes. The thing that really, well, it doesn't horrify me anymore because I moved to Canada and so I don't get affected by this, but the reality is that this man's children will rule over the children of the UK without any doubt whatsoever. His progeny will be ushered into the high seats of power in the UK in the way that he and his brother and his sister and anyone else involved in that family have been. So his grandchildren will be deputy secretaries or cabinet members or even a prime minister in the fullness of time, because that's just how the UK works.
Well, it's how the UK works. It's how America works. We've had the Bushes,
absolutely,
and no doubt we'll have Trumple Thinskins offspring will be bothering us from now until the end of time.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, Donny, we are still stunned that we've lived through that. We just can't believe it. I wonder if President Melania is in our future. What do you think, Melania?
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Thanks a lot, Nick. 0345 6060 973. Maybe it'll be President Kanye.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Exactly. Or one of those other dingalings. Test emails. Can you tell me if what the Chancellor is doing is illegal? Can you tell me if what the Chancellor is doing is legal? He's literally putting everyone into debt by forcing £200 onto everyone. I don't have any debt, boasts Tess, so why should the government put me into debt? Well, that's an interesting concept. It's pretty suspicious, actually, isn't it? You know, France is, of course, benefits from not having been stupid enough to sell off its electricity. We did, and now France owns it. We were so stupid we sold off our gas and our water, if you can believe that. Our actual water. We sold that so that a few people could make a quick profit. Amazing, really. I mean, what else do you need to know about a political party that sells your electricity and your gas and your water? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If they could have sold our air, they'd have done it already. We'd be buying our air by the breath from France. But France and Germany have ordered their state-to-run energy conglomerates, their giants, to, at least France, I don't know what Germany has done specifically about this, but France has limited their increases to 4%. 4%! We're getting, anything upwards of 50%? Or 100%? Sky's the limit. Still, it's only money. Who cares? We knew what we were voting for. Must have heard it 1,000 times. Glasgow. Hello, Joan.
Hello.
Joan.
I listened to you tonight. My 60s as a Queen, and I think we're all behind the Queen. I'm not a royalist particularly, but at the age she is just now, God love her.
Yeah.
Her son and Camilla, that's what she said. And I'm behind it all the way. No argument with that. What I am against is Boris Johnson and his nonsense. I think we had Gordon Brown there. Gordon Brown was a Prime Minister for a short length of time.
Yeah.
He wasn't charismatic the way Boris Johnson was a disaster. But Gordon Brown is still working away, helping people in Afghanistan. That was a man who, due to his lack of charisma, didn't win the nation over.
Exactly.
But he was a man of the people.
He seemed like a decent human being. And when you hear him speak now, he sounds like a statesman compared to this bumbling oaf that we got running the show at the moment.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So, I mean, if people just sit and listen to Boris Johnson, he's struggling for his life. Regardless of his wife and his past history, he was never a man for the job.
Well, more fool us then, Joan. I mean, I didn't, I didn't, and you didn't either. But enough people did to give him that famous stonking majority. I mean, I know that the system is rigged in their favour because they didn't actually get a majority of the votes, but they got a majority of the seats. But, you know, as a country, we have to take responsibility for our decisions, and that was one that we made, and people are sticking by it, by many accounts.
And can I say, here's something I never thought I'd hear this come out of my mouth.
Uh-oh.
But, if Boris Johnson, I suspect he'll be out of trimming, he will have lost his job by next Friday. And I'm looking at who's going to take his place.
Yeah, painful.
And they keep saying Rishi Sunak. He was in that photograph. Although it was a soft print, he was at the party. Mm-hmm. He has stayed well out of, because they're all backing him. Rees-Mogg, all the rest. They're using them as puppets. But I think Michael Gove is going to come to the fore again. Michael Gove, much as I don't have much admiration for him, he's intelligent. And I want someone intelligent and experienced standing up for Britain.
Yeah, but intelligence is one thing. It's how you use it is another. I mean, I'm sure Batman's nemesis were intelligent. I'm sure the people that James Bond fights 2 hours in every film were intelligent. It's just they didn't use that intelligence for good. I'm not sure about Michael Gove. I wonder if Gordon Brown is still available. Perhaps not. His time has come and gone. Roy tweets, so Bodger has made an MP his head of staff. So I would think that that's a full-time position. So how can he represent his constituency? This is classed as a second job, says Roy. Well, you could say that about every single person in the cabinet. They're all doing something that they have no knowledge of or experience in addition to representing their constituency, which I'm sure they don't very well. Is everybody completely satisfied in every way, shape and form?
No.
I rest my face. Edinburgh. Hello, Al.
Hi.
Al.
I think it's telling that Johnson's advisors sense he's become a loser, really, so that's why they're running for the hills now. I think beforehand, they've known him long enough, as you said, so...
Seems a bit bizarre that they have suddenly found their moral compass and have decided that he doesn't fit in that, in their little scheme anymore. A bit weird that they've only just now realised who he is.
Yeah, I think so. So I'm just wondering, is this a good time for Labour to do a no-confidence motion? Because if the Tory MPs are a bit spineless and triggering their own...
Yeah.
If the government itself is at its lowest ebb, perhaps.
Right.
And I think Starmer's kind of got well organised, so, is this the time to,
go in for the kill? Right.
Table of motion, go in for the kill, that's the word.
In a word, Al, no. And furthermore...
No.
Because if the Conservatives know anything about anything, it's how to cling on to power, and they will absolutely do that, and anything else, all other considerations will be secondary. So if they receive an attack from the outside, then they will form a square around the Bodger and protect him as though their lives depended on it, which, of course, their financial lives certainly do. So, no attack from the outside. It has to come from the inside.
No. Well, I don't know. I think it's a good time. But I think one campaign, for example, you mentioned earlier about this 50 million, billion. I think it's a campaign could be based on that partly, because, it would be staggering to think about what you could buy for that. I thought you could replace the whole Navy, apparently, for that. So, literally, you could.
Well, you could fund the NHS. You could fund half of the NHS for pretty much a year.
Yeah,
that kind
2
of money.
nuclear power stations. I think if you had a competition to say, could anyone think of things you could buy for that money, then they would have a campaign.
No, I think the thing has to rot from the inside, because if it gets attacked from the outside, it's just going to put up its defences, and they will rally around the dear leader.
Yeah, you might be right. Anyway, that's my bit, really.
Okay, sounds like you delivered it. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Al. 0345 6060 973. On the subject of pronunciation, as Carol would say.
Yeah.
Jay tweets, you are, of course, correct. It's vacuum as in continuum. There you are, you see? Completely correct in every respect. It's not vacuum, because that would be VACOOM. If it's VAC... Now I'm hesitating because I don't know whether it's got two C's. Vacuum. No, one C. VACUUM. That's vacuum, surely. Anyway, this is one of the fights that Carol and me had on the podcast. The podcast called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? Have you heard it? It's a delight. I think you'll love it. It's a right laugh. It's available on Global Player. If you download Global Player from your favourite app store, it's available for Apple and Android.
Affirmative.
Then it's got all of the stations that we do. Oh, there is a boatload. It'll keep you amused from now until the end of time, which, should be coming up pretty soon. If that doomsday clock is anything to go by, very, very near midnight. We're doomed, says the doomsday clock. But if you want to cram in some amusement before the world blows up, then I recommend the podcast that I do with Carol McGiffin. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? It's available on Global Player and wherever you get your podcasts. Just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott, and the 3 podcasts that I do will come up as though by magic. Hannah texts, to make sure this shower of talents are out at the next general election, it would be better if that national embarrassment stays where he is, as he will carry on doing more damage to the country. By 2024, even the few remaining blind Brexiters will be sick of him. Only 2 more years of Britain being the laughingstock of the world, with this bumbling buffoon in charge. But no pain, no gain, says Hannah. Well, I've had that exact thought myself. And it does occur to me that the left are shooting themselves in the foot, again, which is their speciality, by insisting that he leaves. Surely it'd be better just have him stick around. I mean, we're about to go into an economic catastrophe. But we are still in a sense of suspended animation. The COVID thing hasn't hit yet, and the Brexit thing hasn't hit yet. Every other country in the world is going to have the COVID lashback, but only we have been stupid enough to leave our biggest trading partner. No other country in the world has ever done that. Other countries are desperate to join giant trading areas, giant trading markets. We're the only one that's done the opposite and run in the other direction. And so whatever the consequence of COVID is, which hasn't actually quite hit yet, is going to be magnified, by some accounts, by double, by this daft decision to leave our main trading partners. And neither of those two things have actually really hit home yet, not economically, not to most of us. Still in like stuck in aspic, but it's about to all unravel in a major and serious and personal way. So in a couple of years' time, Fishy Sunak he will have lost the aura that he has of a cashmere hoodie Grattan catalogue model. People aren't going to be looking at him and wistfully sighing anymore. Oh, isn't he lovely? None of that. People will be going, no! He'll need security when he leaves his home, because nobody will have any money anymore, and we'll be blaming him, just like we're thanking him for giving us, of course it wasn't giving, but doling out the cash, with the Eat Out to Help Out thing and the furlough scheme and all of these other things that he had precious little option about. Had to do it, otherwise this country would be a smoking ruin by now. Every other country, well-run country in the world, did the exact same thing. Got to start throwing the money around, otherwise there won't be nothing left when we eventually get out of lockdown. But the economic catastrophe that is about to be visited upon us is really going to bring his stewardship into sharp focus. And we will not like what we see. And if Bodger sticks around, well, what could possibly go right?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So it'll be just one long clown show between now and the next general election, if they all stay in place. And we know what's coming. Just minutes before the next general election, Fishy will say, hey, guess what? I found a whole orchard of magic money trees out the back here. Here's a tax cut. Who wants to bet that that's not what's coming? I'll take any bet. I'll bet you every item of clothing I'm wearing right now, I will leave this building butt naked.
Disgusting.
If he doesn't do that. So that's what's coming. And if we're so superficial, if we're so easily swayed to be persuaded by that, then we deserve everything we get. So if they do stay in position, then they're about to go through a rocky period. Well, we are as a country, and we're going to be blaming them. I mean, you can only get by so far by blaming the European Union. I mean, for crying out loud, he got Brexit done. So we are told, over and over again. So we're ready for the good times now. You know, all those promises. £250 million a week, cheaper clothes, cheaper food, cheaper shoes, more opportunities, better trade deals, global Britain, all of that nonsense. We're waiting, we're ready. Lay it on us, baby. But it's not going to happen. Because it was all a fantasy. And in 2 years' time, even the most hard-headed Brexiter, even the most fervent Bodger cultist is going to realise that they've been had. But if the Tories do their usual trick of changing the leader and then presenting themselves as a brand new party, suddenly we get it. Oh, now we're the party of law and order. Now we're the party of levelling up. Now we're the party of concern about those less able and less financially secure. Vote for us. We're the brand new washes whiter Conservative Party with enzymes. That's the trick that they normally pull off, and I suspect that that's where we're going. And the people who are easily swayed will go, oh, great. A new party run by, oh, God, I don't know. The Brains Truss. Actually, if they replaced Bodger with Liz Truss, or Dominic Raab, or Michael Gove even, then actually maybe they will usher in at least 10 years of a Labour rule. Or a Lib Dem rule, or a Greenies rule. Let's give the Greenies a chance. Who's with me? Groovy. Hands in the air. Laura emails, I watched the Beijing Winter Olympic ceremony, opening ceremony yesterday. They played Land of Hope and Glory and John Lennon's Imagine during the show. Do the Chinese not make their own music, says Laura. Yes, they do, but nobody outside China wants to listen to it. There's 1 billion people, and they've been making music for a dog's age, and yet nobody outside of the country is remotely interested at all. Whereas in this country, we've got barely 60 million people, and we've been making money for making music for a briefer amount of time, and yet absolutely everybody on earth wants to listen to our music, our modern music, and yet it's one of those industries that has been decimated by this uncaring government. They're not remotely interested.
Rock and roll!
And if you are a musician, try touring Europe, if you don't believe what I'm saying is right. They couldn't care less. It's shocking, really. I mean, it's one of the things that we do really well. We punch above our weight in music and arts in general, and this lot, they're just not interested. It's only about the money. that gets their attention. Glasgow. Hello, Tony.
Hi there.
Hello there.
I just wanted to come on and talk about your previous calls were talking about Gordon Brown and the previous Labour policies. And I wanted to say that the previous Labour policies going back to 2004, when Gordon Brown introduced the education maintenance allowance, which allowed 16 to 18-year-olds to stay in education, I was a product of that. I came from a deprived area in Glasgow. You know, I was given £30 a week to help me to stay in school. I was then helped by going to university, by a bursary and an allowance. And now I own my own house and I pay the higher rate of tax. These policies worked. That is proper levelling up. I think that the Conservative government at the moment don't actually know what levelling up is.
Well, it seems like just a catchphrase to persuade people that they have their best interests at heart.
I think so. But I think if we look back at these policies for Tony Blair and Gordon Brown and look how things have developed, those policies back then helped me. I am a product of Gordon Brown, which helped me get to where I am just now, and I contribute so much to the wider society.
Well, we appreciate it, Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. 0345 6060 973. What I just can't get past is that this is a Conservative administration that has been in power for the last 11 years. If they haven't done anything about levelling up to now, why would anybody believe that that's what's in our future? What are they levelling up from? Why are they having to level up if they've already been in control for 11 years? Shane says, I think when Boris Johnson dresses up in funny costumes, he's actually going for job interviews. Judging by the frequency, the interviews must not be going very well. How's it going so far, Bodge?
Yeah. Where do
Yeah, not very well, no. Can you put that in an email? Ghoul. Pete.
Oh, hello, Nick. Great programme.
Thanks.
I'm a bit nervous because I'm on heavy-duty medication.
Me too.
Yes, I know. I'm officially classed as a nutter now.
Okay.
So you'll have to forgive me.
Well,
but
I'll think about it.
I think the basic problem almost stems from a philosophical point of view, in that it's greed and selfishness versus the opposite, versus altruism. People's appeal to greed of bettering themselves seems to take over. So I think there's a basic human basis for what the Tories actually stand for.
Altruism is altruism. Let me just interject one moment. Altruism is these days called being woke. It's an insult now.
Awoken, you mean?
No, I don't mean that. I mean
You've
being
woken up to the fact that these things are going in.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean specifically being woke. It's an insult now. Altruism.
Oh, right, okay. All right, okay. Yeah, well, it seems to be that. It seems to be far too trendy. I guess, poverty's certainly back in fashion.
In with the in crowd, yeah, like Roxy Music.
Yeah, one of those. Where I think it really sort of stems from, all the woes that we've ended up with, this years and years of Conservative government, is from the fact that they privatised everything. Before, it seemed to be simple, but they kind of like sold the people that, you haven't got any choice, it's all the same. We're stuck with these communist type policies.
Yeah, exactly. Socialism. So we'll free you of that socialism, but by the same extension, it's like a smash and grab raid.
Yeah. Like the Sid campaign. Do you remember the gas?
I do. Yeah. You know where Sid is now.
We owned it, and then they sold it as if you could buy it back and have a share in it.
Like they were doing us a favour. Exactly.
Yeah,
none of that money fell on me, Pete, and I bet none of that money fell on you either. Pete, I've got to go just for some staring at the clock, and time's ticking on. It's not pausing for anybody. Let me take Hungerford. Hello, Doris.
Hello.
Doris.
Hello. I am still trying to get my head around about this £200.
Yes.
That is an absolute con.
Huh?
It doesn't help the poorest, the people in most need.
Well, it helps them a bit. Not enough, not remotely enough. It's not going to make a difference between their ability to heat or eat, because it won't cover the bill.
It is coming in October. By October, they will all have so much debt already.
Yeah, that's true.
Heaping the 200 on top of that. Then we have.
I mean, if you were a
idea.
cynic, you would imagine perhaps that this is just another one of those little schemes to take vast amounts of public money and spread it all over their
absolutely
their mates and rellies.
And it is handing the money to the energy companies.
Yeah.
We have no knowledge. For example, let's assume the unit price goes from 28 pence to 60. We are not being told that we are getting 10% off or 20. No, we are just handing £200 to the energy companies to do what they like. There is no cap on the profit. And we, who, I can pay it, and I do not have any debt, but I resent having a debt forced on me, and I shall fight it with every fibre of my being.
Well, good luck with that, Doris.
But, earlier your legal chap said that it actually is going to affect our credit rating.
What?
Yes, on your legal program between 9 and 10.
Yeah.
And I'm so furious. I'm nearly bursting with rage.
Our precious credit rating? Oh,
yes.
No.
Yes. What an insult. I mean, we've got communism coming.
Yeah. Well, let's not get carried away. Communism, you say? Maybe not.
Well, I've lived under it, but being forced to take out a loan and give it and hand it to these people making more money. Come on, what's that?
It's a kleptocracy. I don't think it's a communist state.
Sunak.
We're living under a kleptocratic system.
It's called billionaire chancellor.
It's called trickle-up economics. There's nothing trickle-down economics that actually works in the real world. It's all trickle-up.
Absolutely.
Even George W. would tell you that.
It's so infuriating.
Right. Well, I'm sorry that you're infuriated, Doris. Have yourself a nice cup of tea and a sit down. How does that sound?
No, I'll stay in bed. I won't get up and make tea.
Right. Okay. Well, I hope that works out for you. Just relax. Just to turn your brain into neutral. Turn your mind off, relax, and float downstream. Abby texts, I feel a phenomenon similar to the Stockholm Syndrome is the reason why the poor in Britain keep voting for rich people who act outside of their interest. Yeah. And they keep doing it over and over again. Wake up, people. It's later than you think. Josh texts, Brexit's one of the main reasons the poor vote for the party that will do them the most harm. Even Brexiteers don't truly believe in Brexit. They saw it as a massive vote winner by way of convincing the working class that their woes were not due to oppression by the British ruling class. They were entirely due to evil foreign overlords. The same lie has been starting wars for hundreds of years, and yet people are believing it. It's incredible. And anybody that still does believe that, by the way, I have a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you. Okay, it's got Rofex printed on the dial, but trust me, it's the real thing. What am I bid?